This side of the lodge was facing away from the sun, but the light of the sky came in and illuminated her face, showing the beginnings of lines below her eyes and around her mouth. She was second-generation Honduran American, some kind of complicated African-Indian-Spanish melange. Big-eyed, wavy-haired, alert, bird-like, but with that essentially positive nature that any schoolteacher needed to have. It was a good trait in current circumstances. "Well, that's over," she said. "It must be a big load off of your mind."
"I have 10 interviews in the next 2 days,"
he said,
explaining the whys and the wherefores. "But you're right. That's easy compared to breaking the news."
"It's just math," she said.
"It's just math."
"What about after that?" she asked.
"You mean after the next couple of days?"
"Yeah. Then what?"
"I hadn't really thought about it,"
he admitted.
"But we have to keep gathering data, refining the forecast. The more we know about when the white sky is going to happen, the better we can plan the launch schedule and everything else."
"The casting of lots," she said.
"That too."
"You're going, aren't you, Dubois?" She never called him by his nickname.
"Beg pardon?"
Irritation flashed over her face. Unusual, that. And then she focused on him, and she gradually became amused. "You don't know."
"Don't know what, Amelia?"
"Obviously, you're going."
"Going where?"
"To the Cloud Ark. They're going to need you. You're one of the few who can be useful up there, who can actually help its chances of survival. Be a leader." It really hadn't occurred to him until she said it. But then he saw that it was probably true.
"Oh, Jesus Christ,"
he said.
"I think I would rather croak down here. With you. I was thinking we could come up here, camp out on the rim and watch it. It's going to be the most amazing thing ever."
"A real hot date," Amelia said. "No, I think I'll be spending that day with my family."
"Maybe you and I could be family by then."
Tears gleamed in the pouches beneath her eyes, and she ran a finger under her nose. "That has got to be the strangest proposal ever," she said. "The thing is, Dubois, that my husband is going to be in orbit and I'm going to be in California."
"I could look for a way to—"
She shook her head. "They will never, ever agree to bringing a 35-year-old schoolteacher up to the Cloud Ark." He knew she was right. "A frozen embryo, though. That seems like a possibility."
"That has got to be the strangest proposition ever,"
Dube said. "We live in strange times. I'm fertile right now. I can tell. No more condoms for you, Tiger." So it was that, half an hour after Doc Dubois had listened with high intellectual skepticism to the soothing speech of Clarence Crouch and picked it apart logically in his mind, proving to himself that it was just comforting sop for the bereaved billions, a distraction to keep them busy with sex during the 2 years they had left. He was in Amelia's arms, and she in his, as they got busy making an embryo for him to carry up into space for implantation in some other unknown woman's womb. He was already thinking about the videos he was going to make to teach his baby about calculus when he climaxed. Dinah was glad not to have been on the planet when the Crater Lake announcement was being made. She sat alone in her workshop, peering out her window past the craggy black silhouette of Amalthea at the luminous blue limb of the earth below. She knew the time of the announcement, and she knew how long it was supposed to last. She chose not to watch the video feed. It hit her as strange that the earth itself did not change its appearance in any way. Down below, 7 billion people were hearing the worst news imaginable. They were going through a collective emotional trauma unknown in the history of the human race. Police and military were being deployed in public spaces to maintain order, whatever that meant. But Earth looked the same. Her radios started beeping. She looked down, blinked away tears, and saw Alaska, bent over the curve of the world far to the north. "We are proud that you are up there." She recognized her father's fist, his touch on the Morse key, as easily as his smell or his voice. She returned, "I wish that I could see you again." "Aunt Beverly is sowing some flats of potatoes. We will be fine." She cried for a while. "QSL," he signaled, which was a Q code meaning in this case, "Are you still there?" She sent QSL back, meaning yes. She knew that the purpose of Q codes was to make communication more efficient, but she understood now that they could serve another purpose. They could enable you to eke out a few scraps of useful information when words were too difficult. "You better get to work, kiddo. And you should stop pounding that key and help Bev. Love you. QRT." QRT. "It's still a miracle to me that you can make sense of that." She turned around to discover Rhys Aitken, poised in the hatchway that connected her shop to the Scrum, the Space Commercial Resources Utility Module, which was the large can-shaped object that connected Izzy's forward end to Amalthea. Along its sides, the Scrum sported several docking ports where other modules could be connected. Owing to various delays and budget cutbacks, only one of those ports was currently in use, and Rhys was now hovering in it. Tucked under one of his arms was a bundle wrapped in a blanket. She sniffled, suddenly aware that she was a mess. "How long have you been there?" "Not long." She turned her back on him, grabbed a towel, and dried her eyes and nose. Rhys filled the time with some gentle patter. "I couldn't stand watching the announcement any longer, so I tried to make myself useful. Discovered something marvelous. Water runs downhill. All right. I already knew that, actually. There's a section of the torus, underneath the deck plates, where condensation tends to collect. It's been a maintenance issue, something we've been keeping an eye on. So, I brought you something," he concluded. She turned and looked at the bundle under his arm. "A dozen roses? Perhaps next week. Until then." And he held it out. She took it from him. Like everything else up here, it was, of course, weightless, but she could tell by its inertia that it had some heft. She peeled back the blanket and heard a crinkling, crackling noise, then saw underneath it a layer of the metallicized mylar sheeting that they used all over Izzy as thermal shielding. The object beneath that was lumpy and irregular, and it was cold. She peeled away the mylar to reveal a slab of ice. It was oval and lens-shaped, a frozen puddle. "Perfect," she said. A few drops of water spun away from it, gleaming like diamonds in the shaft of sunlight spearing in through her little window. She captured them using the same towel she'd just used to dry her face, but not before pausing just a moment to admire their brilliance. Like a galaxy of new stars. "You'd said something about a cryptic message from Sean Probst." "All of his messages are that way," she said, "even after they've been decrypted." Sean Probst was her boss, the founder and chairman of Arjuna Expeditions. "Something about ice, anyway," Rhys went on. "Hang on, let's get this in the airlock before it melts any more." "Right." Rhys pushed himself to the far end of the shop, where a round hatch, about 1/2 a meter in diameter, was set into the curved wall. "I see green blinkies all about, so I'll just open this?" "Fine." He actuated a lever that released the latching mechanism, then pulled the hatch open to reveal a little space beyond. This was the airlock that Dinah used when she needed to bring one of her robots inside for maintenance, or send one back out onto Amalthea. Human-rated airlocks were big. They had to accommodate at least one person in a bulky spacesuit, and complicated and expensive, partly because of safety requirements and partly because they were designed by government programs. This one, by contrast, had been prototyped in a few weeks by a small team at Arjuna Expeditions and was meant for smaller equipment. It was roughly the dimensions of a big garbage can. To save space on the inside, it protruded from the side of the module, jutting into space like a stubby, oversized fire hydrant. At its far end was a dome-shaped hatch that Dinah could open and close from inside her shop, using a mechanical linkage of push rods and levers straight out of a Jules Verne novel. At the moment, of course, that hatch was closed, and the airlock was full of air that had gone chilly, since the sun had not been shining on its outside until a few minutes ago. Dinah gave the chunk of ice a gentle push, and it glided across the shop to Reese. "Up and under," he called, and caught it. "What?" "Rugby," he explained, and slid the ice into the airlock. "Have you got a grab or something that can come round and fetch this?" "In a minute," she said. "It'll keep in there for now." "Right." He closed the inner door and dogged it shut. Then he turned back and looked at Dinah, and she looked at him, and they appraised each other for a few moments. "So, water condenses and puddles at this one place in the Taurus," she said, "which you can reach by pulling up a deck plate." "Yes." "And it freezes?" "Well, normally, no. I may have helped it freeze by fiddling with certain environmental controls." "Ah." "Just trying to save energy." She was floating in the opposite end of the shop, near the hatch where it connected to the scrum. She looked through and verified that no one was around. Some of them, she knew, were in a meeting in the Taurus, and others were doing a spacewalk. "Now, technically," she began. "Technically, this is wrong," he said. She admired the self-aware bluntness. "It is wrong because when you open the outer hatch and put that piece of ice out in space, where your robots can muck about on it, it is going to sublimate." Sublimation was essentially the same thing as evaporation. Skipping the liquid phase, it just meant a process by which a solid exposed to vacuum gradually turned into vapor and disappeared. Ice tended to do this pretty quickly unless it was kept extremely cold. "So Izzy is going to lose water," Dinah said, "which is a scarce and valuable resource." "It'll never be missed," Reese said blithely. "This isn't the old days. Now that those people have made that announcement, rockets will be coming up here thick and fast." "Still, what Sean wants me to do is an Arjuna Expeditions project, a commercial thing, a private thing, and that water is a shared—" "Dinah." "Yes?" "Snap out of it, love." A long silence followed, concluded by a big sigh from Dinah. "Okay." Reese was right. Everything was different now. "Now, what is it he wants, and how does ice enter into it?" Her mild annoyance at his curiosity finally gave way. Maybe he could help. She turned her head toward the window and nodded at the familiar bulk of Amalthea, a few meters away. "That's been my career and my family's career," she said, "working with minerals, hard rock, metallic ore. All of the robots are optimized for crawling around on a big piece of iron. They use magnets to stick to it. Their tools use plasma arcs or abrasive wheels to work it. Now Sean's basically telling me to shelve all of that. The future is ice, he says. That's all he wants to hear about. All he wants me to work on." "There's lots of it on Earth," Reese pointed out. "But you never think of it as a mineral." She nodded. "It's an annoyance you have to clear out of the way." "Your colleagues down on the ground, also working on ice?" "Judging from email traffic, this is a company-wide directive," she said. "They're buying ice by the truckload, dropping it on the floor of the lab, refrigerating the building. Fortunately, it's winter in Seattle. They only need to drop the temperature a few degrees. They're all buying long underwear at REI so that they can work in a refrigerator. What's it like working for Mr. Freeze? I was going to say the Penguin, Dinah said, but people in Seattle don't carry umbrellas. Nor do they wear top hats, in my experience. No, it's definitely a Mr. Freeze scenario. Anyway, Dinah said, yesterday's shipment of vitamins contained a few of these. She opened a storage cubby next to her workstation and took out a bag made of the metallic gray plastic used to protect sensitive electronics from static electricity. Taped to it was a NASA business card. Nice to have friends in high places, Reese remarked. He had noticed the name on the card. Scott Sparky Spaulding, the NASA administrator. Dinah smiled. Or low, as the case may be. It was a weak joke. Reese didn't respond. Dinah felt her face get a little warm. Not so much because of the failed attempt at humor as out of a kind of political defensiveness. Scott told me a couple of weeks ago that he wouldn't ditch me out, that he had my back. What does that mean, exactly? That the robot work would keep going. That I would have a job. I didn't believe him. But I guess he's been talking to Sean Probst. Because Sean FedExed these to Sparky a couple of days ago, and now they're here. She parted the bag's Ziploc closure, inserted her thumb and index finger, and pulled out a contraption about the size of a grain of rice. From a distance, it looked like a photovoltaic cell, just a flake of silicon, but with a few tiny appendages. What are the dangly bits? Reese wanted to know. A locomotion system. Legs. This one happens to have legs. Others have things like little tank treads or rolling cylinders or slammers. Slammers. Is that a technical term? A mining thing. A way of moving heavy equipment around on the ground. I'll show you later. So, Reese said, it would appear that the agenda is to evaluate a number of different ways that robots could crawl around on ice without drifting off or getting lost. Yeah. Apparently all of these work, more or less, on the ground in Seattle. I'm supposed to evaluate their performance in space. Well, Reese said, how fortunate for you, then, that I have my very own chunk of ice. Yeah, thanks for that. All the sweeter for being contraband? He asked, raising his eyebrows. The double meaning was clear enough. Not as romantic as a dozen roses, she countered. Still, he said, what is it that a man is trying to say with a dozen roses? Simply that he is thinking of you. Shortly after she'd arrived on Izzy, she had rigged up a curtain that she could draw across the opening of her shop's hatch. It wasn't much, just a blanket, but it shielded her visually when she wanted to take a nap in her shop, and it sent the message that she was not to be disturbed, at least without knocking first. She reached up now and drew the curtain across the hatchway. Then she turned back toward Reese, who looked very keen and very ready. How's your space sickness? She asked. You seem a little more, sprightly. Never better. All bodily fluids fully under control. I'll be the judge of that. The Russian invasion began a week later, with the spate of flights producing what NASA described as mixed results, and Roscosmos termed an acceptable fatality rate. Seen from a distance, EZ consisted almost entirely of solar panels. Structurally, these were to the space station as the wings of a bird were to its body, in the sense that their purpose was to have as much surface area as possible with minimal weight. Most of the mass, strength, and brains was in the body, a stack of can-shaped modules running up the middle between the wings, which was tiny by comparison. From many angles, you couldn't even see it. The only parts of the stack big enough to be noticed from a distance were the add-ons from recent years. Amalthea at one end, and the torus at the other. The solar panels, as well as some other vaguely similar-looking structures whose function was to radiate waste heat into space, were held in place by the integrated truss assembly. The word truss, when used by structural engineers, just meant something that looked like a radio tower or a steel bridge. A network of struts joined into a lattice, giving maximum stiffness with minimum weight. In some parts of Izzy, those struts were visible, but more commonly they were covered up by panels that made them look more solid than they were. Behind those panels resided unfathomably complex wiring, plumbing, batteries, sensors, and mechanisms for deploying and rotating solar panels. With a few minor exceptions, none of the integrated truss assembly was pressurized. None of it was meant to hold air or accommodate human beings. It was like the mechanical works on the roof of a skyscraper, exposed to the elements and rarely visited by humans. Astronauts went there on spacewalks to mess with the wiring or fix things that weren't working. But most of Izzy's crew spent their whole missions inside the much smaller stack of cans that made up the station's body. That was going to have to change. Izzy herself could only expand so much. This was not a question of stacking on more cans or adding additional tori. Beyond a certain point, you simply couldn't jam more complexity into such a focused volume. Electrical power was needed to run just about everything. Whenever it was used, waste heat was generated. The heat would build up in the space station and cook the occupants, unless it was collected by a refrigeration system and piped out to radiators that would shine the heat, in the form of infrared light, into space. Jamming more people and systems into the central body of the space station would just require more solar panels, more batteries, more radiators, and more plumbing and wiring to connect them all. And this didn't even address the human factors: how to supply people with food, water, and clean, breathable air, and how to recycle carbon dioxide and sewage. Knowing this, the brain trust behind the Cloud Ark, an ad hoc working group of governmental space agency veterans and commercial space entrepreneurs, had opted for the only strategy that could possibly work, which was decentralized and distributed. Each arklet, as the component ships were being called, would be small enough that it could be heaved into orbit on the top of a single heavy-lift rocket. It would draw power from a small, simple nuclear reactor fueled by isotopes so radioactive that they would throw off heat and thereby generate electricity for a few decades. The Soviet Union had used such devices to power isolated lighthouses, and they had been employed in space probes for decades. Each arklet would accommodate a small number of people. The number kept changing as different designs were drawn up, but it meandered between about 5 and a dozen. Much depended on how rapidly it would prove feasible to mass-produce inflatable structures. These made it possible to create much more spacious volumes by housing people in what amounted to thick-skinned balloons. But making balloons that could withstand atmospheric pressure indefinitely, while also standing up to solar radiation, thermal swings, and micrometeoroids, was no small project. It went without saying that, in the long run, the Cloud Ark as a whole was going to have to be self-sustaining in terms of food production. Water would have to be recycled, carbon dioxide exhaled by humans would have to be used to sustain plants, which would produce oxygen for the humans to breathe and food for them to eat. All of this had been the subject matter of science fiction stories and practical experiments for decades. Those experiments had produced mixed results that were now getting a lot of attention from people who understood such things a lot better than Dinah. But she gathered that she had better get used to a low-calorie vegetarian diet and occasional oxygen shortages. Isolated arklets wouldn't survive for long. It didn't matter how good their internal ecosystems were. Things would go wrong, people would get sick, supplies and nutrients would run low, and people would just plain go crazy from being cooped up with the same few individuals. The design of the arklets and of the whole Cloud Ark system kept changing. One day it was all about being fully distributed, which meant that in the long run there was no central depot, no Izzy, and that all exchanges of material and human resources between arklets would happen through opportunistic docking, meaning that two arklets would agree to come together and connect nose to nose for a time so that food, water, vitamins, or people could be exchanged. This was envisioned as market-driven, without any central command and control mechanism. The next day, a new edict would be handed down to the effect that overall coordination would be handled by a command center on Izzy. The space station would also serve as a central depot for anything that could be stockpiled. The Taurus, or Tauri, since Reese was on track to construct a second one, would be available for rest and recreation. Arklet dwellers going stir-crazy from living in tin cans and suffering loss of bone density from floating around in microgravity would be rotated through and allowed to vacation there. The schemes envisioned by the architects, as Dinah and Ivy started calling them, ping-ponged back and forth between those two extremes and seemed to reflect the existence of at least two factions. The centralizing faction pointed to the dangers of prolonged zero-G existence as a reason for rotating people through the torus. The decentralizers came back a couple of days later with a sketch of the so-called Bolo scheme, wherein a pair of arklets would connect to each other with a long cable and then begin spinning around their common center of mass, creating simulated gravity in each arklet that was stronger and better than what could be achieved in a torus. A couple of days after that, the centralizers posted an animated simulation of what would happen when two bolos ran into each other and got their cables tangled. It was funny in a kind of slapstick horror way. None of this really mattered in the short term, because even on a hysterically accelerated schedule, it was going to take weeks to design and manufacture even a single arklet, and would take longer to ramp up the production lines for the giant heavy-lift rockets needed to boost them into space. What Izzy's crew would be seeing in the meantime was a hodgepodge of pre-existing spacecraft, mostly Soyuz capsules, being sent up using the existing stock of rockets. These would carry pioneers, whose job would be to build new extensions on Izzy's integrated truss assembly, for docking many arklets at a time, for storing material, and for making it all run. The pioneers would spend most of their time in spacesuits performing EVAs, extravehicular activities, aka spacewalks. There would be something like 100 pioneers all told. They were being trained now, and their spacesuits were being hastily manufactured. But Izzy, in her current form, couldn't support anything like 100 new people. She didn't even have the spacecraft docking ports needed to berth their vehicles when they arrived. So, in order to accommodate the pioneers who would begin arriving in a few weeks, the architects sent up scouts. The qualifications for being a scout seemed to be a shocking level of physical endurance, a complete disregard for mortal danger, and some knowledge of how to exist in a spacesuit. All of them were Russian. There wasn't room for them on the space station. Actually, to be precise, there was plenty of physical space to accommodate them, but the support systems weren't there. The CO2 scrubbers could only handle the output of so many lungs. The entire space station had only 3 toilets, one of which was almost 20 years old. The scouts were going to live most of their time in their spacesuits. This made sense as far as it went, since their mission was to work to exhaustion every day. 16 hours in a spacesuit meant 16 hours that the scout was not imposing a direct burden on Izzy's life support systems. At 0, the total number of functioning spacesuits in the known universe had been something like a dozen. Production had been ramped up since then, but they were still a scarce resource. In its most common form, the Orlan spacesuit used by the Russians could only function independently for a couple of hours, which was fine, since normal people were completely exhausted by that point anyway. Beyond that, its internal reserves were used up. So the scouts would be mostly working on umbilicals. Their suits would be connected to an external life support system by a bundle of plumbing and cables that would supply air and power while taking away waste and excess heat. During the few hours they were allowed to rest, the scouts needed a place to go and to climb out of their spacesuits. Whoever was running things at Roscosmos had pulled up an old idea for an emergency crew rescue device and begun actually producing them. It was called luk. The word meant onion in Russian. It was pronounced similarly to Luke, but English speakers inevitably started calling it luck. In the best traditions of Russian technology, luk was straightforward. Take a cosmonaut, enclose him in a large plastic bag full of air. Within a normal plastic bag material, the cosmonaut will suffocate or the bag will pop, because plastic bags aren't strong enough to withstand full atmospheric pressure. So, fill the bag with only as much air as it can handle, some fraction of 1 atmosphere, and then place another bag inside of it. Inflate that bag with air at slightly higher pressure. That's still not enough air to keep a cosmonaut alive. So, put a third bag inside of the second bag and inflate it to a higher pressure yet. Keep repeating, like with Russian nesting dolls, until the innermost bag has enough air pressure to keep a human alive. Then put the cosmonaut inside of that one. All of those layers of translucent plastic gave it an appearance reminiscent of an onion. The scheme had many advantages. It was cheap, simple, and lightweight. Deflated, a luk could be pleated and rolled up for storage in a backpack-sized container. Of course, the oxygen inside the innermost bag would get fouled with carbon dioxide as the occupant breathed, but this could be handled as it usually was on spaceships and submarines, by passing the air over a chemical such as lithium hydroxide that would absorb the CO2. As long as a bit of oxygen was bled in to replace what was being used, the occupant would be fine. Heat produced by the occupant's body would build up in the atmosphere of the innermost bag and become stifling. A cooling system was required. Getting in and out of the luk could be problematic. The Russians had somehow determined that just about anyone, or at least anyone capable of meeting the physical standards of the cosmonaut program, could force their body through a hole 40 centimeters in diameter. Accordingly, each luk included a flange, a 40-centimeter ring of fiberglass with bolt holes spaced around its periphery. All the layers of plastic converged on it, further enhancing its onion-like appearance. This became the onion's cut-off stem. To keep the air from rushing out through that 40-centimeter hole, it was equipped with a stout diaphragm of much thicker plastic that could be put into place after the cosmonaut had climbed inside. So, the general procedure for using the luk was to unfold the bag and find the flange, then pull it over one's head, squirm through it until the shoulders and pelvis had passed through, draw the feet up inside of it, then find the diaphragm and lock it into place, sealing oneself inside. At this point, the luk was still a giant wrinkled mass of plastic hanging around the occupant like a sleeping bag. Once the luk was free in the vacuum of space, it was okay to open the valve that flooded air into its many interstitial layers, whereupon it would expand to the size of a mobile home and drift around aimlessly until a rescue vehicle could get to it. On its outer hatch, the rescue vehicle would need to have an adapter with a bolt pattern made to engage with the holes on the luk's flange. Once an airtight connection had been made between the luk and vehicle, the hatch could be opened, the diaphragm removed, and the cosmonaut brought in from the cold. Or, given the difficulties of getting rid of excess thermal energy in space, from the heat. The Orlan suit was built around a hard upper torso, or hut, a rigid shell for containing the wearer's trunk, with connection points for the arms, legs, and helmet. The back of the hut was a door with an airtight gasket around its edge. To put the suit on, you opened that door, threaded your feet down the legs, thrust your hands along its arms and into the attached gloves, and ducked into the helmet. The door was then closed behind you. From that point on, the suit was an independent system. Roscosmos had constructed a number of vestibule modules, this being a newly invented thing that they had cobbled together from existing parts in about 2 weeks. Its purpose was to serve as a jury-rigged bridge connecting Luke to Orlan. The vestibule was barely large enough to accommodate a supine human. At one end was a flange that mated with the 40-centimeter ring on a luke. Having slithered feet first from the luke into the vestibule, a cosmonaut had just enough wiggle room to get his feet aimed down the legs of the Orlan suit that was attached to the other end, its door hanging open. Before doing this, however, he would seal off the luke by manually putting its diaphragm into position and bolting it into place with a ratchet wrench. Having donned the Orlan, he could then activate a mechanism built into the vestibule that would close the suit's door behind him. The small amount of residual air in the vestibule would hiss out into space, and the cosmonaut would be free to depart. At the end of the workday, the whole procedure was reversed. Just like a suburban commuter sleeping in a split-level home with his car parked in the garage, the cosmonaut would enjoy a few hours of rest and relaxation floating around the confines of the luke with his spacesuit docked at the end of the adjoining vestibule. There were a number of catches. Luke, vestibule, and suit formed a closed system. The only way to escape from that system was to successfully don the suit, get the door closed, and spacewalk to an airlock. If anything went wrong that prevented donning the suit and closing the door, rescue was impossible, or at least spectacularly improbable. A perforated luke, probably caused by a micrometeoroid, caused a fatality on the second day of the Scout program. After that, the luke vestibule systems were brought forward to huddle in the shelter of Amalthea. The asteroid wouldn't stop all incoming rocks, but it would stop many. Since there was no practical way in or out of the system, the Scouts had to fly up from Baikonur in their spacesuits, pre-attached to their vestibules and lukes. This was necessitated anyway by the fact that none of this equipment could be accommodated inside of a normal space capsule. So they had to fly up, crammed, 6 at a time, into cargo containers that were not rated for human use and that had no onboard life support. They were, therefore, living off their spacesuits' internal supplies of air and power from shortly before launch until their arrival at ISS. This journey could not be accomplished in less than 6 hours, and so supplemental air and power had to be delivered to the suits en route. The failure of systems responsible for doing that accounted for 2 fatalities in the first crew of 6 Scouts and 1 fatality in the second crew. The capabilities of the suits were being wildly overstretched by these new mission parameters. And of course the lukes didn't really have significant life support systems of their own, so everything depended on umbilical lines that linked these contraptions to Zavod modules. Zavod was simply the Russian word for factory. This was another new device that had been cobbled together in 2 weeks from existing technology. As long as the Zavod was supplied with power, water, and a few consumables, it was supposed to keep a cosmonaut alive by scrubbing CO2 out of the air, collecting urine, and removing their body heat. The heat was gotten rid of by freezing water on a surface exposed to the vacuum and then letting it sublimate into space. Failures of Zavod modules accounted for 4 fatalities among the first 3 crews sent up. 2 of these were caused by a bug in the software, subsequently fixed by a patch transmitted up from the ground. 1 was a leaky hose. The other was never explained, but the fatality was witnessed by Izzy's crew, watching through windows and video feeds, and seemed to match the profile for hyperthermia. The cooling system had failed, and the cosmonaut had lost consciousness and succumbed to heat stroke. After that, they had stopped using the jury-built cooling systems that had shipped up with the lukes, and simply used Ziploc bags full of ice, delivered daily. None of this even accounted for mishaps that occurred while the Scouts were actually working. A damaged umbilical nearly killed a Scout on A plus 0.35, and he was obliged to disconnect himself from his Zavod and execute a heroic and perilous move to the nearest airlock, where they got him inside the space station with less than a minute to spare. 2 days later, a Scout simply disappeared without explanation. possibly the victim of a micrometeoroid, or even of suicide. So, of the first crew of 6 scouts, 2 were dead on arrival and 1 was killed in the Luke failure the next day. Of the second crew, 1 was dead on arrival. All 6 of the third crew made it to Izzy alive. Of the 14 total survivors, 4 died from Zavod failures, 1 disappeared, and 1 was forced to retire from being a scout and confine his activities to Izzy because of equipment failure. Ivy, being at the top of the org chart, was responsible for all strange and extraordinary decisions, the problems that no one else knew how or was willing to handle. It became her problem to decide what they were going to do with dead people. Oh, there was a procedure. NASA had a procedure for everything. They had long anticipated that an astronaut might die of a heart attack or some mishap during a mission. Since 200 pounds of rotting flesh could not be accommodated inside of the space station where people lived and worked, the general idea was to let them freeze dry in space and then place them aboard the next Earthbound Soyuz capsule. Only the middle section of the Soyuz, the reentry module, ever made it back to Earth. The spheroidal orbital module, perched on top of it, was jettisoned before reentry. Eventually, it burned up in the Earth's atmosphere. The customary procedure, therefore, was to pack the orbital module with trash so that it would be burned up as well. Bodies were not trash, of course, but burning them up in the atmosphere seemed as good a way as any to dispose of them, the space-age equivalent of a Viking funeral. The normal up-down cycle of launch and re-entry had, of course, been suspended. Things were supposed to go up, but not come down. Those orbital modules could be preserved and used as habitats or for storing supplies. The trash could be picked over and used again. Bags of fecal material could become fertilizer in hydroponic farms. Ivy made a unilateral decision that they would carve out an exception to that new policy. The deceased were moved into an empty orbital module docked at the truss. This was left open to space so that freeze-drying of the bodies could happen out of sight and out of mind. When it filled up with dead people, they would have some kind of ceremony. The thing would be deorbited, and they would watch in silence as it drew a white-hot streak across the atmosphere below. But it wasn't full quite yet. They had 8 working scouts until such a time as another heavy-lift rocket could be prepared and sent up with a fresh half-dozen. These worked in 15, sometimes 18-hour shifts, divided into 3-hour phases. Each of those phases consisted of 2 hours actual work, followed by an hour of resting in situ, or, using the obvious anagram, in suit. Dinah, working in her robot shop, didn't have a direct view of what they were doing, since her window faced away from the truss where they spent all of their time. She could watch their activities on video feeds if she wanted, but she had other things she needed to be doing. After the micrometeoroid Luke incident, Dinah had scored a small victory for robotdom by putting her flock to work getting the surviving Lukes squared away. Amalthea was attached to the forward end of Izzy, which, because of its orbital direction, was most exposed to impacts from space junk. In effect, the asteroid had been put there as a sort of battering ram, protecting everything aft of it from collisions. There was enough space on its aft side that several Lukes could nestle there, improving their odds of long-term survival as well as cutting down on cosmic ray exposure. Dinah's crew of iron mining robots had been made obsolete, at least for the time being, by her boss's pivot toward frozen water. So when not making tiny critters scurry around on slabs of contraband ice, she had made the older robots useful by getting them to drill holes and anchor some connection points, eye bolts basically, into Amalthea's backside and then moor the Lukes to them using cables. This was not a hard and fast mooring system, so at first they tended to drift around and lazily bump into each other like a string of balloons. But after a day or two, they settled into a stable configuration that just happened to block Dinah's view out her window. All she could see now was plastic. She didn't mind. After seeing the risks that the scouts were taking, she didn't mind anything at all. Individual layers of the Luke were fairly transparent, but the view was gauzy because the layers were so many. She could make out the form of her neighbor's body, but not see the face. It was definitely a woman. The scouts' shifts overlapped around the clock. The woman outside Dinah's window came back in from her shift every day around what, for Dinah, was the middle of the morning. Dinah could see her clambering laboriously along the surface of Amalthea, using the mooring points, planning each move, avoiding the cables and the umbilicals. She must have been exhausted beyond words. Dinah had once done a 2-hour stint in a spacesuit and been wiped out for a day. Sometimes Dinah would send a grab or a Siwai out to afford the woman an extra handhold when it looked like she needed one. The woman would turn her head and look at Dinah through the glass dome of her helmet and blink her eyes in what Dinah took to be an expression of gratitude. Eventually, she would reach the open portal of her vestibule and go back into it, whereupon, unseen by Dinah, the automatic mechanism would do its thing, locking her suit into its socket, equalizing the pressure, opening the door, and enabling her to extract her head, arms, and body. Finding the ratchet wrench floating at the end of its chain of plastic zip ties, the woman would reach above her head and remove the 24 bolts securing the Luke diaphragm onto its flange, carefully rethreading each bolt into its hole so that it wouldn't drift around loose. And then she would finally pull herself through the 40-centimeter portal into the comparatively spacious environment of the Luke. Along the way, she would collect her mail, which was deposited in each vestibule during the occupant's shift. This consisted of food, drink, toiletries, a bag of ice that would turn into water, providing a simple temperature control scheme, bags for disposal of feces, and, in her case, tampons. Because of the roundabout and improvised manner in which things were working now, Dinah did not have a way to communicate with this woman directly, or even to learn her name. This seemed ridiculous, but it was the same general phenomenon that had made it impossible for the firemen to talk to the police officers on 9/11. The scouts were just using different radios with different frequencies, and Dinah didn't have one. By checking biographies on the NASA website and by the process of elimination, she determined that this was Tekla Alexeyevna Ilyushina. She was a test pilot. She had competed in the most recent Olympics as a heptathlete and taken a bronze medal. As such, she might have had glorious career options as a propaganda idol during the old Soviet days. But the recent conservative drift of Russian culture had left few slots available for women in male-dominated professions such as the military or the space program. Consequently, much of her work experience had been outside of Russia, working for privately funded aerospace companies. She had returned a few years ago to become one of 2 active female cosmonauts. Dinah was cynical enough to see politics as the basis of that. In order for Roscosmos to remain on speaking terms with NASA and the European Space Agency, they had to have at least 1 or 2 females qualified to go into space. Tekla was 31. She had been somewhat glammed up for her official cosmonaut photograph, with a stiff, outmoded Princess Di hairdo that didn't suit her at all. During the most recent Olympics, she had been rated one of the 50 hottest female athletes by a clickbait website, but she was buried in the back of the rankings. Dinah thought her comely, with the high cheekbones, the green eyes, the blonde hair, and all the other attributes one would expect of a Slavic superwoman. But she understood why Tekla had been rated number 48 out of 50. For she had a kind of chilly, strong-jawed look about her that forced the makers of the website to be selective about camera angles and, Dinah suspected, to make some use of Photoshop. The sort of men who would browse that kind of website would find Tekla off-putting in a way they couldn't quite put their finger on. They would be intimidated by the taut chords of her deltoids during the shot put competition. Dinah made a point of not reading any of the comment threads. She already knew what those would say. Tekla had been sent up here to die, and she probably knew it. At the end of each shift, when she squirted through the flange to float free in the milky plastic bubble of the luke, she would peel off the fluid cooling garment that she wore against her skin all day long. This was made of stretchy blue mesh with plastic tubing stitched between its layers. It had no effect until it was plugged into a pump that circulated cool water through the tubes. Tekla must have hated it after 16 hours, and so it came off first. Then, peeling her underwear down to her knees, she would deflate and remove the Foley catheter that had been draining her bladder while she'd been at work. She would wipe herself down with pre-moistened towelettes that had been provided in her mail and stuff those into a refuse bag. It appeared that she had shaved her head, or simply given herself a buzz cut, prior to leaving Earth, so she didn't have to mess with hair. Only then would Tekla open up her packet of emergency rations and begin to eat. This often led to defecation, which she had to handle in the crudest way possible, with a plastic bag and another series of pre-moistened towelettes. All of it went into her refuse bag, which she deposited in her vestibule for collection during her next shift. Then, Tekla would turn off the white LED strip that provided the luke's only illumination, and sometimes spend a little while gazing at the screen of a tablet computer before sliding a blindfold over her eyes and falling asleep. Izzy circled the Earth every 92 minutes, passing through a complete day-night cycle each time. And so half the time that Tekla was asleep, Dinah could look right out her window and see her suspended there, all but naked, floating in the luke like a fetus in its bubble of amniotic fluid. Dinah watched Tekla go through this routine for about a week and found it all inordinately distracting. She brought Ivy and later Reese into the chop shop to behold the sleeping Tekla through the window. They talked of Tekla and emailed each other pictures of Tekla that they had dug up on the internet. "That could be you or me, honey," Dinah said to Ivy.
"It is us," Ivy said. "It's just a matter of degree."
"Do you think we're going to end up like that?" Ivy thought about it and shook her head.
"Look, the way she's living isn't sustainable."
"You think it's a suicide mission?"
"I think it's a gulag," Ivy said. "A little gulag right outside your window."
"You think she's in some kind of trouble?"
"I think we're all in some kind of trouble," Ivy reminded her.
"Oh, yeah. I forgot."
"She's lucky, remember?"
Meaning that Tekla had at least found a way off the planet. "She doesn't look lucky," Dinah said. "I've never seen anyone so isolated. Does she talk to someone on that tablet? Or is she just surfing?"
"I can ask Spencer if you want," Ivy said. "I'm sure he's logging all the packets."
Dinah knew that Ivy was only kidding, but she answered, "Nah, she deserves that much privacy at least." Reese's reaction was to become aroused. He was reasonably discreet about it, but the elapsed time between his seeing Tekla and having sex with Dinah was, generously estimating, perhaps half an hour. Not that Reese really needed a lot of help to start his motor, and not that Dinah did either. She had always known they were going to do it. She had known this based on the way he smelled, at least when he was not in the middle of being sick. In other times and places, the way he smelled would not have been enough. They'd have dated first or something. There'd have been complications having to do with existing relationships, incompatible lifestyles, fraternization policies. But here, it was just automatic, and it was tremendous. Based on what she was hearing from internet buzz from the ground, it was also pretty universal. The human race might be about to disappear, but not before putting on a 2-year frenzy of recreational sex. Actually, sleeping together was another matter. Reese didn't seem to mind it in principle, but it was difficult logistically. Astronauts generally slept in bags that kept them from floating about at random while they were unconscious. The bags were designed for one person. NASA hadn't gotten around to manufacturing 2-person bags yet, so if they felt drowsy afterward, they would improvise, swaddling themselves together with whatever they could cobble up. but it never lasted more than a few minutes. Then he would go back to his duties, and if she felt like a nap, she would climb into a bag that she kept in her shop, sometimes peeking out the window, guiltily, at poor Tekla. One day, after Tekla had left for work, Dinah took one of the chocolate bars she had brought up from Earth, wrote her email address on the wrapper, and handed it off to a grab, which she then put out the airlock. She piloted the grab across Amalthea's surface to the mooring point where Tekla's vestibule was cabled in place, then made it climb along the cable, which was easy, it had an algorithm for that, and clamber into the vestibule, where it took up position and waited, holding the chocolate bar out in a free claw. When Tekla came back at the end of her shift, Dinah got the satisfaction of watching her unwrap the bar and eat the chocolate. She held up one hand and sort of waved through the plastic. Dinah couldn't resolve her facial expression. The grab was still in the vestibule and would remain trapped there until Tekla's next departure. Seeing Tekla float over in that direction, Dinah turned to her computer and switched on the video feed from the grab. She was fascinated to see Tekla's face, clearly resolved, float into the frame. She didn't look that bad. Dinah had been expecting someone who looked like a concentration camp survivor, but she appeared to be getting enough food. Of course, she could not see Dinah, and there was no audio hookup. Since there was no sound in a vacuum, space robots didn't come with microphones or speakers. Tekla was just staring at the grab, impassive, perhaps wondering whether it could see her. Dinah slipped her hand into the data glove, did the thing that made it connect to the grab's free claw, and waved. Tekla's green eyes flicked down in their sockets as she observed this. Still no emotion. Dinah was mildly offended. Was the grab not adorably cute, in its ugly mechanical way? Was the wave not an amusing gesture? Tekla held up the candy bar wrapper. On it, beneath Dinah's email address, she had written, "No email." What did that mean? That she lacked an email address? That her tablet couldn't receive it? Or was she imploring Dinah not to communicate with her that way? The grab had a headlamp, a high-powered white LED that she could switch on by hitting a key on her keyboard. Dinah turned it on, saw the glow on Tekla's face, the highlights on the lenses of her eyes. Did the Russians even use the same Morse code as Americans? Tekla had to know it. She was a pilot. Dinah made the light flash with the dots and dashes for Morse. Tekla nodded, and Dinah could see her mouth making the word da. Dinah signaled, "Do you need anything?" The faintest trace of a smile came over Tekla's lips. It was not a warm kind of smile, more bemused. She held up what was left of the chocolate bar and pointed to it. Dinah returned, "Tomorrow." Tekla nodded, then she turned away, her buzz-cut blonde hair glinting in the light of the LEDs, and drifted back to the middle of her onion. 5% was how Ivy began the next meeting in the banana. It was full to capacity. The original 12-person crew of Izzy, the 5 who had come up on the Soyuz on A+0.17, and Igor, the scout who had come in from the cold when his suit had failed. He, Marco, and Gibran had prepped for the meeting by jury-rigging some fans to blow more air through the space so it wouldn't fill up with carbon dioxide. This had prompted Dinah to joke that perhaps all meetings should take place in hermetically sealed rooms so that they could only go on for so long. No one, with the possible exception of Reese, had seen it as funny. Anyway, the roar of ventilation was even louder than it usually was in space, and so Ivy had to speak up and use her big boss voice. "This is day 37, Ivy went on. That's 10% of a year. If it's true that we had 2 years from zero to the hard rain, then we have already burned through 5% of the time during which we can expect to receive any help from Earth. 5% of the time needed to turn this installation into a society and an ecosystem that is sustainable indefinitely. Ivy was standing with her back to the big screen, so she couldn't see the reaction of the architects down below, in some conference room at the other end of the video link. For today's meeting, there were 3 of them. Scott, Sparky, Spaulding, who was still the administrator of NASA, Dr. Pete Starling, the president's science advisor, and Ulrika Ek, a Swedish woman who had worked as a project manager for one of the private commercial space startups until recent events had forced a career change. She was now coordinating the activities of several different space agencies and private companies as they worked on the Cloud Ark. Apparently, she had become the architect-in-chief. Apparently being the key word, since every time Dinah had any contact with the ground, she was reminded of how little she understood of what was happening there. On one level, she was one of the luckiest people in the human race. She was going to get to stay alive. At the same time, she and the others got very little information from the planet and had to piece things together from a jumble of clues. She had compared notes on this with Ivy, who had confirmed that even she had little to go on, and what she did hear contradicted itself from hour to hour. It had all become criminology. Back in the heyday of the Soviet Union, the only way for Westerners to guess what was going on there was to look at the lineup of dignitaries on Lenin's tomb in the May Day parade, and riddle it out from the seating chart and who shook hands with whom. Now Dinah was doing the same thing with these 3 faces on the screen. Sparky was no use. He'd spent so much time in space that he had developed a kind of 1,000-light-year stare. He was famous for being oblivious to the political side of things. His opposite in that respect was Pete Starling. Pete's job was to mutter scientific explanations into the president's ear. He'd been doing rather a lot of it in the last 37 days. He had a background running big science programs at universities, climbing the ladder from Mankato State to Georgia Tech to Columbia to Harvard in a mere 10 years. Why was he sitting in on this meeting? There was little he could contribute. He must be here as the eyes and ears of JBF. But why should JBF care? No decisions were going to be made here. It was just a status report, a check-in. As soon as Ivy finished her sentence, the corners of Pete's mouth turned down. He looked at Ulrika Ek, a somewhat matronly woman in her late 40s, extremely good at her job, according to Reese. On the high-def video feed, Dinah saw the slightest deflection of her eyes, noticing the turn of Pete Starling's head, but not exactly acknowledging it. Ulrika clearly didn't like him, but there was a reason she was a well-regarded project manager. "Ivy," she said, "just for clarity, when we speak of this installation, we're using the term in an elastic sense, of necessity." Ivy turned to look at the screen. "Installation probably isn't the right word," she admitted, "since it's not installed anywhere." Pete Starling spoke up. "I believe that where Ulrika is going is that the Cloud Ark is a fluid concept that may paradigm shift beyond recognition as we proceed adaptively through the next 95% of the timeline." Ivy's brow furrowed. Something was going on, some kind of political tussle down on the ground. It was important to people like Pete. "This is not efficient use of time," Fyodor said. "I am working to extend trust to receive pioneers." Fyodor's English was excellent, but when he was annoyed, as he was now, he dropped his articles. "I have 8 suits outside, 5 inside, for unlucky number of 13. It had become common to use a form of synecdoche in which suit denoted a person qualified to perform extravehicular activities who is equipped with a spacesuit that still works. "Pioneers arrive in 2 weeks. This is still true? Then I need more scouts yesterday, as saying goes." When Fyodor had come up to Izzy 6 months ago, it had been understood as a valedictory mission before getting shunted to an administrator's job at Roscosmos. Not that he hadn't taken his duties seriously, but he always seemed to be taking the long view, perceiving Izzy through the eyes of a future bureaucrat who would need to make it run smoothly until his retirement. That had all changed on Zero, of course. It had changed even more with the Russian invasion. No new rank or title had been bestowed on Fyodor. None was needed. All the Russians just accepted him, implicitly and without question, as their leader. And his manner had changed accordingly. He was scrupulously respectful of Ivy's authority, but there was no question that he was the boss of all things suit-related, and the authority had seemed to make him physically larger and more imposing, his creased face tougher, his voice firmer. Sparky answered him.
Fyodor, that fuel pump has been fixed. It was just a bad sensor, so the launch is going up as scheduled.
He checked his wristwatch, did a mental calculation.
14 hours from now. 6 hours after that, you'll have your suits. And the zavods and the vestibules. The things I mentioned. We have had teams of engineers working on those fixes around the clock, Fyodor. I am very worried about door-closing mechanisms.
The remainder of the meeting had to do with the pioneers who would start coming up in another 2 weeks, and who would live, for the time being, in rigid or inflatable habitats more accommodating than Luke's. These would be docked along a series of pressurized tubes, little different in principle from the big spiral-wound ventilation ducts seen in warehouses, that would ramify outward from attachment points in the truss. Little of it concerned Dinah, and so her attention drifted to her laptop. She had other things she could be working on, and Ivy's reminder about the 5% had not left her in the mood to wool-gather during a long meeting. Most of her work of late had been on ice crawlers, and, as of the most recent shipment, ice tunnelers. But she had resolved that she would not shut down her progress on the iron mining robots. Even if she only spent 15 minutes a day on them, it was better than suspending work altogether. She was afraid that if she ever did that, the entire project would disappear. To that end, she kept a window open in the lower left corner of her screen, showing video from Amalthea, mostly the point-of-view cameras of robots that were actually doing things. It was always there in her peripheral vision as she attended to email and scheduling spreadsheets and Gantt charts. And at some point she noticed something that wasn't quite right. A few minutes later she noticed it again and put her other work on hold. She expanded the window and took control of the robot that was transmitting the video. She swiveled its camera around until she had a view of the thing that had been bothering her. It was Tekla, floating in her Luke. She was bright blue, which meant that she had donned her cooling garment. That was normal. She did it every day as she got ready for her shift. The next step should have been to squirm feet first through Luke's flange into the vestibule. But she wasn't doing that. She was going back and forth between the vestibule and the middle of the Luke. She would go through the flange head first, which was abnormal, and do something for a minute or two, then withdraw into the Luke and thumb away on her tablet for a while. She was late. Every other day she'd been in her suit and out on the truss by this time. Dinah wasn't the only person who had become distracted by her laptop. Fyodor, normally not a fan of email and other such modern diversions, was watching his screen too, occasionally making eye contact with the equally distracted Maxime, who kept making a gesture like tugging at an imaginary beard. Something was wrong. What had Fyodor said? I am very worried about door-closing mechanisms. He wasn't just saying that in the abstract. He was referring to a specific situation. He was talking about Tekla. Tekla could clamber from her Luke, through the vestibule and into her suit, but she couldn't close the door behind her back. She needed the mechanism for that. If it didn't work, then she couldn't seal the suit, and if the suit wasn't sealed, she was trapped inside her OVL, as they had taken to calling the combination of the Orlon suit with the vestibule and the luke. It was not exactly an emergency, but it was bad. In order to get mail, she had to detach her suit from the vestibule, leaving it open for the delivery to be made in her absence. Mail included food, water, ice, and fresh CO2 scrubber canisters. Dinah didn't know how long Tekla could survive without mail, but she doubted it was more than a day. The heat would get her first. They had to figure out some way to get Tekla inside Izzy, and since the OVL was jury-rigged, it didn't have a docking port like a normal spacecraft. There was no hatch, no way of mating to an airlock. She studied Fyodor's face through the rest of the meeting, which went on for another half-hour, and began to understand something. He was getting ready to sacrifice Tekla. Ready in the sense of emotionally hardening himself to that reality. Dinah understood no email now. It was simply part of being a scout that you would probably not survive. And if you knew you were going to be sacrificed, it wouldn't help matters to be spamming the scout email list with pleas for help and goodbye messages. Tekla could communicate with Fyodor, and Fyodor only, and that was for a reason. It was a reason that the defenders of Leningrad, Stalingrad, and Moscow would have understood and accepted perfectly well. But it was a little bit out of step with the modern ethos. Correction. With the modern ethos as it had existed during the age of the one moon. It was perfectly in step with how things were now. Part of her wanted to go and plead with Fyodor to mount a dramatic and heroic rescue mission. There had to be a way to make it happen. They had all seen Apollo 13. They quoted lines of dialogue from it all the time. But she already knew the answer. The pioneers would begin arriving, shiploads of them, in 2 weeks. All of them would die on arrival if the correct preparations had not been made. No time could be spared. More scouts were on the way to replace Tekla. And for once, she was glad that the meeting ran long, that Sparky didn't stick to the agenda, and that Pete Starling exploited it to fill time with more buzzwords. Because an idea was slowly taking shape in her head. She would have to run it by Ivy and Reese, and perhaps Marco. She would want to have Margie Coughlin, the closest thing they had to a doctor, standing by, but she could do it with no help at all from Fyodor or any of the other suits. Fyodor was typing something with his index fingers. She locked her eyes on his face and kept them there until he was finished. He seemed to have detected her gaze on him because he then looked up and stared straight into her eyes, maintaining a perfect poker face. She stared back. Awareness crept into Fyodor's expression. Awareness that Dinah knew about the problem. Fyodor knew the layout of Izzy better than anyone. He knew where Dinah spent her time, and that Dinah only had to look out her window to see what was going on. She could see him putting this all together in his head. He was expecting her to make some emotional appeal, so it was important for her to stay cool. As soon as she turned on the waterworks, she would lose his respect and his attention forever. "Fyodor," she said, "I got this." He blinked in surprise, then, after some hesitation, made the tiniest of nods. "Got what?" Pete Starling asked over the video link. "Am I missing something?" "No," Dinah said. "We are just proceeding adaptively to leverage our core competencies." Based on stats from the 50 Hottest Olympians website, Ivy was a fairly close match for Tekla physically. Tekla was huskier, but Ivy was an inch taller. So the first thing they did was to stuff Ivy into the small airlock that Dinah used for her robots. With her head tucked and her knees drawn up to her chest, she fit into it with room to spare. Dinah took a picture, then appended it to an email message with detailed instructions. Spencer Grindstaff, who, as a young CIA contractor, had cut his teeth hacking into email systems operated by foreign governments, figured out a way to send email to Tekla's tablet by wrapping it in an envelope that made it look like it came from Fyodor. Dinah watched Tekla read that email. She looked up from the tablet toward the window, then turned her gaze toward the airlock. Until then, Dinah had worried that Tekla might be losing consciousness, since she hadn't moved in several hours. She guessed that Tekla was trying to conserve oxygen and reduce thermogenesis by moving as little as possible. Dinah zip-tied a high-powered LED light to the inner hatch of the airlock, then closed it. She opened the valve that dumped its air into space, allowing it to fill up with vacuum, and then actuated the lever, a simple mechanical linkage, that flipped the outer hatch open. She could see the white glow of the LED reflecting against the plastic of Tekla's Luke bubble a few meters away, and she saw Tekla's head turn as the light got her attention. Several robots had to act in concert to move Tekla's Luke bubble around until it was pressed against the airlock. This was a somewhat maddening process, like trying to grab an inflated balloon with a pair of needle-nosed pliers. Dinah had been trying to do it with sidewinders, of which she now had a dozen in operation. A Siwy could join head to tail with another Siwy to double its length, and the process could be repeated indefinitely to construct a sort of smart, instrumented tentacle. By planting the tail of one Siwy against Amalthea and bolstering the connection by holding it down with a couple of anchored grabs, she was able to make another Siwy slither up to the first and connect to its head, which was projecting up into space. A third Siwy climbed up the first two and concatenated itself, and so on and so forth, building a stalk that reached up from the surface of the asteroid and began to curve around the bubble in which Tekla was imprisoned. So far, so good, but the longer the chain grew, the worse it behaved. The Siwys were constructed like caterpillars, consisting of many identical segments connected by flexible joints. The joints were motorized, and the motors were supposed to follow commands embedded in Dinah's code, and it was all supposed to work in a predictable way. The problem was that each joint had a bit of flexibility, which, as far as Dinah was concerned, was error. Those errors accumulated as the length of the chain grew, so that by the time she had connected three Siwys together, she found it difficult to know, let alone control, the position of the end of the stalk. And when she tried to apply force by making the chain curve around the slippery, bulgy surface of the Luke, matters only got worse. Reese showed up a few hours into the project and watched. He'd be silent for hours, then suddenly ask a question that was strangely off-kilter and yet showed he was thinking about the problem.
"What if you turned all the motors off and let the whole thing go slack?"
he asked. "Aren't you supposed to be building a Taurus?" she demanded, and turned around to give him her best attempt at a killing look.
"First, we have to solve this problem,"
he said gently. She had more to say, but instead she went silent. Reese was clowning around with his necklace again. He was in the habit of wearing a chain around his neck. Nothing fancy or bulky, just a simple loop of twisted link jewelry chain in stainless steel, which he used as a way to keep thumb drives and other important small objects from floating away. At the moment, though, he had removed all of that stuff, leaving the chain unencumbered, and he had got it spinning around his neck. It had opened up into a broad, undulating oval that didn't touch his neck or collar anywhere, so it was just orbiting around him in free space. Dinah had seen him do this before, typically while bored in meetings. He had learned a few tricks for speeding it up and coaxing it into different shapes by blowing on it with a drinking straw or flicking it with a fingernail. It didn't form a perfect circle, as one might expect. The moving train of links could be molded into almost any shape and would stay that way until disturbed. When Dinah turned around and noticed he was doing it again, she was about to roll her eyes and say something like, "For fuck's sake, can't you do anything useful with that brain?" But the look on Reese's face suggested that he was up to something more than just playing around. The chain had been running in an elongated racetrack shape, nearly buzzing his neck on one turn, but he flicked at the straightaways and broadened it into something approaching a circle, then ducked out of it, leaving the loop spinning in midair. "Channeling the wisdom of my ancestors, if you must know," he said. "You had ancestors in 0G. Alas, no. My great-great-great-great-uncle, John Aitken, was an eccentric Victorian meteorologist with an even more eccentric hobby: studying the physics of moving chains. Unfortunately for him, he had to do it in his drawing room in Falkirk, where there is, I'm sorry to say, gravity. He had to approximate this sort of thing." Reese nodded at the whirring loop of chain. "By building exceedingly clever machines." Then he must have been a clever man indeed. "Fellow of the Royal Society and friend of Lord Kelvin, since you mentioned it. Do you see where I'm going?" "Well, a minute ago you gave me a fat clue by suggesting that I turn off all the motors in the Saiwai train. Were I to do that, it would go completely limp and become, for all practical purposes, a length of chain." "Yes," Reese drawled, and poked an index finger up into the chain's path. It caught on his knuckle, hiccuped, and suddenly wrapped around his hand in a chaotic tangle. "That's confidence-inspiring," Dinah said. "Hold on. It turns out that my Uncle John knew a few things, and later on, another chap, name of Kucharski, in Berlin, worked on this stuff too." Reese was untangling the chain, looking for its clasp. When he found it, he undid it, converting the chain from a loop into a segment about as long as his arm. "Unfortunately, there's gravity in Berlin too, so we had to do stuff like this on tables. Hold it right there, would you please?" And he got Dinah to pinch the middle of the chain between her fingers, keeping it fixed in space. From there, he drew the two ends back toward himself, forming the chain into a skinny, elongated U. "You can let go now, gently." Dinah released the chain and allowed herself to float back from it, since Reese had taken on something of the air of a magician in performance. He let go of one of the ends, kept the other grasped between his thumb and index finger. "What happens if I pull?" he asked. "Any predictions?" "The whole thing will move back toward you, I guess." "Let's try it. Hold your finger up, just there." Dinah pointed up and allowed Reese to reach out with his free hand and grasp her gently by the wrist, arranging her hand so that the finger was several inches away from the vertex of the U-shaped bend in the chain. "Here goes nothing," he said, and began to pull the chain toward him, away from Dinah. Contrary to what she'd expected, the bend started to propagate away from Reese and toward Dinah, until finally the free end hurtled around like a whip cracking and made several quick turns around her finger, snaring her. "Gotcha," he said, and began pulling her toward him. "Just like a bullwhip," she observed, unwinding the chain from her finger too late to avoid being drawn into close, cozy contact with Reese. "It is exactly the same physics," he confirmed. "Kucharski called that thing, the traveling U-shaped bend, a Knickstelle. It means something like kink place." "Chains, whips, and now kinks? I'm learning so much about your Victorian ancestors, Reese." "You probably thought this was a mere diversion," he said. "Oh no, I see your point. Rather than trying to control the Saiwai chain like a tentacle, all clenching muscles, let it relax and whip around the loop like a smart chain." This little digression into 19th century physics turned out to be one of those 1 step back, 5 steps forward sort of trades. It was the work of a few minutes to concatenate 4 more Saiwais onto the existing chain, then turn off all the motors except a few that she used to fashion a U-shaped bend. Applying tension to one end of it caused the Knickstelle to propagate just as in Reese's demonstration, so that the end of the chain whipped lazily around the entire circumference of the loop. Several attempts were required before the grappler at the end of the chain was able to snag a handhold on the far side, but then the loop was securely captured in the chain's embrace. Grabs could scuttle along it, carrying the ends of cables anchored to other parts of Amalthea, or Izzy, and thus the Luke was gradually ensnared in a loose web of hardware that Dinah used to draw it away from the position where it had been anchored and pull it up snug against the module containing Dinah's shop. As it came closer, the vague nimbus of white light thrown against the Luke by the LED in the airlock narrowed and sharpened, and was finally all but snuffed out as the big balloon enveloped the protruding stub of the airlock chamber. The airlock was now poking into the nested layers of the Luke like a finger prodding a balloon. Even after the success of the whip-cracking gambit, this took most of a day. Reese drifted off, as was his habit. Bo, the Mongolian cosmonaut, slipped into Dinah's shop, observed silently for a couple of hours, and then began finding ways to make herself useful. She learned how to use the data glove and the mouse and keyboard interface just by watching Dinah, and by the end of the day was piloting Grabs around and manipulating Psi-wise like an old hand. Margie Coghlan showed up to watch the final preparations. She was an Australian physiologist who had been sent up to Izzy a few months ago to study the effects of spaceflight on human health. Dinah had always found her a little brusque, but maybe that was just an Australian thing. She brought with her a box of medical supplies and surgical equipment. All the astronauts on the ISS had medical training. Dinah and Ivy had done their time working in Houston emergency rooms, stitching up trauma victims and setting bones. But Margie was the best. "Not exactly what you signed on for," Dinah said. "None of us is getting what we signed on for," Margie observed. "With the possible exception of Tekla," said another voice, Ivy's. She was not in Dinah's shop. That was now full with Dinah, Bo, and Margie, but she was in the adjacent scrum. "Ivy, you ready to set another record?" Dinah asked. "Ready to try," Ivy said. This was Q code for the number of women on the space station at one time. The old record had been 4, set in 2010. They had tied it months ago when Margie and Lena had come up to Izzy, joining Ivy and Dinah. They had broken it when Bo had turned up in the Soyuz launch 3 weeks ago. Tekla would make 6, if they could only get her through the airlock. Or the number might drop back if this went wrong. "Bo, thanks for helping. You should probably go out with Ivy." "Good luck," Bo said, and pushed off from the inner hatch of the airlock, drifted across Dinah's shop and out through the hatch into the scrum, where Ivy hovered waiting. "Everything sealed up behind you?" Dinah asked, more out of nervousness than anything else. It was out of the question that Ivy would get that wrong. Since the breakup of the moon, they'd intensified their precautions anyway, keeping the various modules of Izzy separated by airtight hatches whenever possible, so that the perforation of one module by a bolide wouldn't lead to the destruction of the whole complex. Ivy didn't answer. "You know what to do with that hatch if this all goes sideways," Dinah went on. "You talk a lot when you're nervous," Ivy said. "I concur," Margie said. "Are we going to do this or not? That woman might be asphyxiating out there." "Okay. Giving her the signal now," Dinah said. In the space program that she had dreamed of when she'd been a little girl with a Snoopy the Astronaut poster on the ceiling of her shack in the hinterlands of South Africa, or watching live feeds from the space station on satellite TV in Western Australia, the signal would have been a terse utterance into a microphone, or a message struck out on a keyboard. But what she actually did was drift over to her little window and peer through 14 layers of milky, translucent plastic at Tekla, almost close enough to reach out and touch, and give a thumbs up. Tekla nodded and held up a small object next to her head. It was a folding knife with a belt clip and a lanyard, which she had prudently wrapped around her wrist. Using one thumb, she snapped its serrated blade open. Dinah nodded. Tekla nodded back, then drifted out of view, headed toward the airlock. "Here she comes," Dinah said. She had already sized Margie up as a woman of some physical strength. She was stocky, but in a powerful rather than a flabby way. Dinah got a grip on the mechanical linkage that would swing the outer hatch of the airlock closed. "Brace me," she said. She was worried about all that plastic. Shreds of it were certain to get caught in the hatch's delicate seal. The principle was simple enough. She'd run through it in her head 100 times. If Tekla cut a slit, a few inches long, through the innermost layer of the luke, air would rush out into the space between it and the next layer, which was at a lower pressure. If Tekla put her head and shoulder into that slit, she'd become like a cork in a champagne bottle, and the pressure would try to force her out. If she then cut a slit through the next layer and the next and the next, a wave of pressure would build up behind her and spit her out like a watermelon seed. And as long as she kept aiming for the white LED on the airlock's inner hatch, she would be projected into that airlock. At that point, she'd be naked and unprotected in the middle of a jet of air that would be exploding away from her into the vacuum, and at that point, there was a whoosh and a meaty, thunking impact. "Jesus Christ! I think that was it," Margie said. "She is out," Bo confirmed. Bo, out in the next compartment, had a tablet on which she was watching a video feed from a nearby grab. "I mean, she is in the airlock." Dinah hauled on the handle, swinging the outer hatch closed. Her body, in accordance with Newton's third law, moved in the opposite direction, stealing her force. But Margie's arms caught her in a bear hug and pushed back. Margie had found a way to brace herself. Bo gasped, "You're smashing her foot!" "Oh, shit! Her foot is sticking out!" "Dinah," Ivy said, "you have to open the hatch a little. Her foot's caught." Dinah relaxed her arms. What if Tekla was unconscious? What if she was unable to draw herself up into the fetal position they'd shown her in that photograph? The change in Bo's and Ivy's tone told her otherwise. "She's in!" Ivy exclaimed. "Close the hatch! Close it!" Bo was shouting. Dinah swung the handle all the way around and snapped it into its locked position. It didn't feel quite right, but at least it was closed. Meanwhile, Margie was actuating the valve that let air into the airlock. This was supposed to be a gradual process, but she just let it go explosively, with a sudden movement of the air that tugged at their diaphragms and popped their ears. "Blood is coming out," Bo said dully, "leaking out of the hatch." "Fuck," Dinah said, because that meant two bad things at once. The outer hatch wasn't really closed, and Tekla was hurt. "Let's get it open," Margie said. In the end, it took all four of them, Dinah, Margie, Bo, and Ivy, all crammed into the space with their fingers under the rim of the hatch, pushing against the wall with all the strength in their legs and their backs to break the seal. Whereupon, air whooshed out of the compartment and the hatch flew open like when you finally break the seal on a vacuum-packed jar and the lid flies off. Tekla was in there, drawn up into the prescribed fetal position, a solid mass of red. They all stared at her, speechless for a moment. Her head moved. She turned her face up toward them, revealing a huge red smear where an eye ought to have been. The only thing that kept Dinah from screaming like a little girl was the gorge rising up into her throat. Bo drew in a long breath and began muttering something. Tekla's hands unfolded and gripped the rim of the chamber. The lanyard of the knife was still wound around her wrist. The handle of the knife trailed after it. Dinah supposed that its blade had been snapped off, until she understood that the whole thing had become embedded in Tekla's forearm. Tekla pulled herself out a few inches, then stopped. Her head was now projecting into the room. An eye opened. A bloodshot eye and a bloody face, but a normal, working eye. Dinah's ears began working again, and she realized that she was hearing a loud hissing noise. It was the sound of air escaping from the International Space Station, not through a huge leak, but through small gaps in the airlock's outer seal. The air was flowing past Tekla's body, creating a vacuum behind her, a vacuum she had to fight in order to advance into the room. She felt embarrassed then, in the manner of a hostess who forgets to properly welcome a guest, and she reached down and grabbed one of Tekla's hands. Margie got the other, and with a final sucking, squelching noise, they dragged Tekla's blood-lubricated form out of the airlock chamber and into the space station. Dinah half-closed the inner hatch of the airlock. The big Hoover, as old-school astronauts referred to the vacuum of space, took care of the rest, and slammed it closed with frightening violence. They'd lost a measurable percentage of the atmosphere in this module. Not enough to cause oxygen deprivation, but more than enough to set off alarms all over Izzy and all the way down to Houston. Margie got to work on Tekla's arm, which was bleeding quite a lot, while Ivy and Bo, now blue-gloved, cleaned off her face with towelettes. The picture was getting clearer. The basic idea had worked. Tekla's knife work had been true and well-aimed, and perhaps more effective than was really good for her. She had been spat out of the Luke's outermost layer and into the airlock chamber with great force, slamming her face into a metal fitting along the way and opening up big lacerations above and below the eye. These had bled profusely. In the same moment, the blade of her knife had caught on something and turned back on her and been jammed into her forearm. She had lain dazed for a moment, one leg hanging out the open hatch as Dinah had tried to close it on her, then had come to and drawn herself up as planned. For a few moments during all of this, she had been exposed to vacuum, which hadn't done her bleeding wounds any favors. But air had rushed into the lock and equalized the pressure before irreparable damage could be inflicted. As Dinah had worried, scraps of plastic had gotten caught in the outer hatch's gasket, accounting for those hissing air leaks. But most of them drifted off into space when she swung the hatch back open again, and the remaining bits, stuck to the gasket by Tekla's freeze-dried blood, she was able to pick clean using a programmed swarm of gnats. She ended up leaving that project as an exercise for Bo, who was climbing the robot learning curve with remarkable speed. She drifted down the length of Izzy to the hub and thence out to the Taurus, where Margie, getting advice from trauma surgeons down in Houston, was working on Tekla's arm. This was a lot easier in the weak gravity of the Taurus. No globules of blood floating around. Lena Ferreira and June Iweda, both also life scientists, were filling in as assistants. Ivy was in her office fielding a shitstorm of angry reaction from people down in Houston. They were doing the surgery under local anesthesia, so Tekla was awake. They'd cleaned her up and closed the lacerations around her eye socket with butterfly bandages and crazy glue. The silvery blonde stubble that covered her scalp was still darkened with coagulated blood along that side. The whites of her eyes were red, and she had thousands of tiny red marks all over her face. Dinah had been warned to expect those. They were called petechiae, broken capillaries just under the skin caused by exposure to vacuum. But from the way her eyes moved in their sockets and focused on things, Dinah could see that her vision was basically intact. "That was uncalled for," Tekla said to her. "True," Dinah said. "I shall be in trouble." "So are we," Dinah said, nodding in the direction of Ivy's office. "We are all in trouble, with a bunch of dead people." Tekla reacted very little, but among Margie and Lena and June, there was a collective intake of breath and a momentary halt in the proceedings.
"Margie,"
said a Texan voice from the ground,
"this dead surgeon would like you to clamp off that arteriole before it starts bleeding again."
"Those of us who are going to live," Dinah said, "have to start living by our own lights." Pioneers and Prospectors. "The Iceman cometh."
"Ah,"
Reese sighed.
"I was wondering which of us would be the first to go there."
He pulled out, drifted away, and did a peel and knot on the condom so expertly that it created dark stirrings of jealousy in Dinah's heart. But at least he didn't let anything get loose in Dinah's shop. "This may have been your last delivery," Dinah said. "Of ice, that is. You've got your freezer. Coming up on tomorrow's lunch from Kuru. Any chance of getting them to send up a martini shaker with it?" "We use plastic bags for that." "Well, I hope that my deliveries, of ice that is, have contributed something to whatever the hell you've been doing." "Check this out," she said. She'd already wrapped herself in a blanket, but now she prodded the wall with a toe and drifted over to her workstation. With a bit of clicking around, she brought up a video. The opening shot was stark. A cube of ice in a black chamber, lit up by bright but cold LEDs.
"From Arjuna HQ, I presume?"
Reese, still naked, came up behind her and wrapped an arm around her waist. She liked to think of it as an affectionate gesture. In part it was, but she'd been in Zero-G long enough to understand that he also just didn't want to drift away while watching the movie. "Yes." A bearded strawberry-blonde man entered the frame carrying a sheet of corrugated cardboard, the lid of a pizza box. "That's Lars Hodemaker, I think. One of the guys I've been working with a lot." Lars angled the pizza lid slightly toward the camera. It was mostly covered by iridescent fingernail-sized objects, like silicon beetles. Hundreds of them.
"That's a lot of gnats,"
Reese remarked. "Well, the whole point is to make a swarm."
"I understand, but it seems they found a way to ramp up production."
Lars folded the cardboard diagonally to make it into a crude trough, and then angled it down toward the block of ice. The gnats avalanched down and tumbled onto it in a heap. Quite a few of them skittered off and tumbled onto the floor. Lars exited the frame for a moment, then returned, pushing a wheeled swivel chair. He arranged this behind the block of ice, then disappeared again, then came back carrying a clock that he had apparently just taken down from the wall of an office. He balanced this on the seat of the swivel chair, leaning back against its lumbar support so that it was clearly visible in the frame of the video. Then he departed. A few moments later, the lights got much brighter. "Simulating solar radiation," Dinah explained. "The gnats are solar-powered, so the only way to test them is to have a light source as bright as the sun." The clock's minute hand now began to sweep forward.
"Time-lapse?"
Reese asked. "Yeah. This stuff happens slowly, as you've seen." The gnats that had scattered to the floor scurried around aimlessly for a bit, then seemed to find the block of ice and scaled its vertical sides. "Pretty good adhesion, you'll note," Dinah said. Meanwhile, the heap of gnats on top spread out like a pat of butter softening on a pancake, distributing themselves in a somewhat random but basically even layer atop the ice block. A few of them appeared to sink into the ice.
"Melting their way in?"
Reese asked. "No, uses too much energy, and wouldn't work in Zero-G. They are mechanically tunneling. See the piles forming?" She pointed to the top of the ice block, where mounds of white had begun to form around the exits of the tunnels. "That is spoil being carved out and ejected by the tunneling gnats."
"You can't make mounds in Zero-G either,"
Reese pointed out. "One thing at a time," she said, elbowing him. "The other guys are working on it, see?" She used the cursor to point out another gnat that was making its way along the surface. It seized hold of some little ice grains from a mound, then backed away and headed toward the edge of the ice block.
"How's it doing that?"
Reese asked. "You know how when your hand is wet and you reach into the freezer and pick up an ice cube, it'll stick to your skin? That's all there is to it," Dinah said. "And that is also how they crawl around on the ice without falling off." The minute hand on the clock began moving faster, and even the hour hand could be seen sweeping around now. The surface of the ice block became pitted, and then began to sink toward the floor as material was removed. But at the same time, one edge of the block developed a bulge that grew into a cantilevered prong, like the horn on an anvil.
"What are they building?"
Reese asked. "Doesn't matter. This is just a proof of concept." The growth stopped. The clock dial slowed to normal time. Another engineer walked in to snap some pictures of the result. Then the video cut away to a black screen. "Interesting," Reese said. She grabbed his hand before he could get away. "Hang on. Check out the super-fast version." This started a moment later. It was just the same movie, shown 10 times faster, so it only lasted for a few seconds. The gnats were invisible because of the speed of their movement, just a jittery gray fog that came and went in patches. This drew the eye to the block of ice. Shown at this speed, it looked less like a crystalline slab and more like an amoeba, sinking down at one end while smoothly projecting a pseudopod into space. "One has to assume," Reese said, "that there's a reason why Sean Probst is so very keen on making ice sit up and do tricks for him." "Yeah, but he's not sharing it with me." "Is there any way," he wondered, "of joining those gnats end to end?" "Into a chain?" "Yes. The Siwise are serviceable, but much more complicated than they need to be." "You have got chains on the brain. Yes, there's a way, and you can join them side by side to make a sheet." "Uncle John is calling to me from beyond the grave, telling me to make something of his hobby." "Well, stay in my good graces," she said, "and I'll let you play with some." Day 56. As of A plus 0.56, the hub module around which the torus spun was no longer the aftmost part of Izzy. They called it H1 now. A larger hub, called H2, had been sent up on a heavy lift booster from Cape Canaveral and mated with it. H2 had originally been planned as the basis of a large space tourism operation. Reese's original mission, for which he'd been planning and training for 2 years, had been to get that up and running. It had a new purpose now, of course, but functionally it would look the same. H2, the big central module, with a new and larger torus rotating around it. That new torus, inevitably called T2, was going to be assembled in space from a kit of rigid and inflatable parts, some of which had been shipped up packed inside of H2, others to follow later on subsequent launches. For the time being, H2 had 4 fat spokes extending from it to terminate in stubs where other parts, forming the rim of the wheel, would be added later. The Scouts by then had achieved their basic mission, which had been to employ the integrated truss assembly as a backbone to support a tree of hollow pipes, each about 50 centimeters in diameter, with wide spots every 10 meters or so. A human being, provided they were reasonably fit and did not suffer from claustrophobia, and did not have too much stuff in their pockets, could move through a tube of that diameter, somewhat like a hamster scurrying through a plastic tube in a cage. The wide spots were there so that 2 people going opposite directions could pass each other. Spherical modules served as connectors and branch points. The tubes terminated in docking locations, where spacecraft of various types could lock on to the space station and establish solid, airtight seals. For it had been obvious from the beginning that docking sites were going to be, in the lingo of Pete Starling, the scarce resource, the long pole, the critical path. Building rockets, spacecraft, and spacesuits was no easy matter, but at least these things happened on the ground, where colossal resources could be thrown into beefing up production. An armada of space capsules hurled into orbit would have nowhere to go, however, unless they could dock somewhere, and the docking sites had to be built the hard way, on-site, in orbit. Docking was no joke, and required specific technology, but it was thoroughly understood, and it had been done many times. The Chinese space program had standardized on the same system used by the Russians, so their spacecraft, like the Russians, could dock at the ISS. So far, so good. But the fact remained that every manned spacecraft launched into orbit needed to reach a specific destination within a couple of days' time, before the occupants ran out of air, food, and water. The task of the Scouts, therefore, had been to vastly increase the number of docks in the quickest and cheapest possible way. The docks couldn't be too close together, so the distances between them had to be spanned by hamster tubes. Bracketed to the outside surfaces of those tubes, and still being installed by fresh waves of scouts, were runs of plumbing and wiring and structural reinforcements tied into the adjacent trusses. The initial tube tree, built between about A plus 0.29 and A plus 0.50 by Tekla and the other first-wave scouts, sported half a dozen docking locations. These were spoken for immediately by the first wave of so-called pioneer launches. 3 Soyuz spacecraft, 2 Shenzhou, and a space tourism capsule from the United States. Encouraged by the success of the launch that had carried Bo and Reese, the Russians had found ways to cram 5 or 6 passengers on each Soyuz. The Shenzhou spacecraft was based on the Soyuz design, except larger and updated in various ways. Like the Soyuz, it was meant to carry a crew of 3, but this was based on the assumption that those 3 would want to return to Earth alive. Modified for one-way trips, each Shenzhou carried half a dozen, and the American tourist capsule brought a complement of 7 astronauts. So, all told, the first wave of pioneers brought 3 dozen people to Izzy, more than doubling its population. They were obliged to live in their space capsules, which had their own toilets, CO2 scrubbers, and heat rejection systems. This made for crowded conditions, but it was a step up from the Lukes. On A plus 0.56, when the H-2 module came up on the giant Falcon Heavy rocket, Tekla and the other surviving scouts spent a day pulling out all that had been stuffed inside of it and anchoring it temporarily to the outside of the module. They then moved into H-2, turning it into a scout dormitory and saying goodbye to their increasingly tatterdemalion Lukes, which were deflated, patched, folded up, and stored for later use in emergencies. About 2/3 of the pioneers had previous experience doing EVAs, or had been hastily trained over the last few weeks. There were not enough spacesuits to go around. These were being produced as fast as possible on the ground, but the existing ones could be shared. Work shifts were shortened from 15 to 12 hours and then to 8, so that fresh bodies could be rotated through the available suits 2 or 3 times a day. The spacewalkers divided their time between assembling the T-2 Taurus and extending the tube trees to provide docking space for the next wave of launches. The remaining pioneers, the non-spacewalkers, devoted themselves to other activities inside the pressurized parts of the space station. Dinah found herself with 2 assistants, Bo, who had seemingly assigned herself to the task, and Lars Hodemaker, the guy from the video. Lars was a young Dutchman who had been pursuing a graduate degree in robotics at Delft when he had been recruited by Arjuna expeditions. Dinah knew him as a prolific email correspondent, always willing to answer her questions or supply code patches on short notice. Owing to some lapse in communications, she hadn't even known that he would be one of the passengers on the American tourist capsule that had arrived on day 52, for people were now dropping the A+ notation and simply referring to days by their numbers. All she knew was that a large, strawberry-blonde man suddenly appeared in her shop intent on hugging her. This was unusual. To put it mildly, the International Space Station, until now, had never been the kind of place for surprise visits. Lars had a fistful of chocolate bars in one hand and a camera in the other, and all manner of stuff was spilling out of the pockets of his coverall. Vials of morphine, antibiotics, reels of microchips on paper tape, disposable contact lenses, condoms, packets of dehydrated coffee, tubes of exotic lubricants, spare leads for mechanical pencils, bundles of zip ties. The policy now seemed to be that everyone being packed onto a ship first had to be so laden down with vitamins that they could hardly move. Lars was an enjoyable person, and his first day on Izzy was pure fun for Dinah, who had not been able to have a face-to-face conversation with a colleague in a year. She showed him around the shop, such as it was, and let him drive robots around on the surface of Amalthea, and brought a few of her grimmed robots in so that he could admire them. For, inspired by Reese's comment of a few weeks ago, Dinah had been putting her otherwise idle robots to work making armor for other robots. The orderly way to do it would have been to bring pieces of the asteroid back to her little zero-G smelter and produce nice little ingots of pure steel, then weld them onto the frames of the grabs. But this was making things too complicated. Amalthea was already made out of perfectly sound material. Maybe it was not structural-grade steel, but it was good enough to serve as radiation shielding. So she had just been slicing pieces of it off, leaving them in their original rough shape, and armoring grabs with overlapping plates of the stuff. They looked like walking asteroids now.
"It is an art project,"
Lars said. For a moment, she thought he was trying to insult her, because she had met a few engineers in her day who never would have combined art and engineering. But his face was happy and guileless, and it was clear that he was paying her a compliment. Once she had gotten a bit used to him, she broached the subject that had been on her mind now for several weeks. Why ice? Given that they had direct access to a giant chunk of iron, why was Arjuna now putting all of its efforts into working with a material that, for all practical purposes, didn't exist on Izzy?
"Some things are not always explained to me," Lars said, "but you know that we have talked for some time about going after a comet core."
"Sure," Dinah said. "We've talked about it. But those things are huge. What are we going to do with a few gigatons of water?" Lars just blinked and looked mildly uneasy. "It would take forever to move something that big," Dinah said. "It's like a 10 or 20-year project. We don't have that much time."
"Under the old conditions? Yes."
"What do you mean, the old conditions?"
"Back in the day, before the agent, when we talked about moving comets, we were talking about sending up a big mirror, focusing the sun's light on the comet core, boiling off a little water, pushing it slowly to a new trajectory. Yes, that would take a long time, like pushing a bowling ball with a feather."
"And what about that has changed?" Dinah asked. "Physics is physics."
"Yes," Lars said, "and some physics is nuclear physics."
"We're going to use nukes? I thought that was... Jesus! I don't even..."
"You don't appreciate how much things have changed down there," Lars said.
"I guess not."
"The architects came out and said, listen, there is no way of making this work with solar cells. We can't make them big enough, fast enough for thousands of arclets. They are big and cumbersome."
I'd been wondering about that.
"They have to use nukes," is what they said.
RTGs? Radioisotope thermoelectric generators were the power units used to run most space probes. At the heart of each was a puck of an isotope so radioactive that it remained hot for decades. Energy could be extracted from that heat in various ways.
"Those are not nearly powerful enough," Lars said.
Lars got messages from the ground in the form of encrypted email, a spate of capital letters in groups of 5 that looked like something straight out of an Enigma message. In the big nylon wallet that, for Lars, passed as a briefcase was a stack of pages. On each of these was printed a different grid of random capital letters. About half an hour of laborious pencil and paper work went into decrypting each message. Dinah couldn't believe her eyes. People used crypto all the time to send email, of course, and it was standard practice for all Arjuna expeditions' email to be enciphered. But apparently, that was no longer good enough for Sean Probst. Dinah got used to seeing Lars toiling over the sheets. He wrote out a little Python script to make it easier, but he still wrote the messages out by hand. One day, 2 weeks after he'd arrived, he decrypted a message with some surprising news. The boss was coming, as in, Sean Probst the founder and CEO of Arjuna Expeditions. How can that even happen? Dinah asked. How can anyone just come up to Izzy? Don't you need a launch vehicle? A spacecraft? A place to dock it? Permission? These were largely rhetorical questions. Sean had made $7 billion from an internet startup before throwing his energies into asteroid mining. Along the way, he'd sunk $1 billion or $2 into other private space startups.
"He's coming up alone," Lars said, "in a drop-top."
It took Dinah a moment and a quick Google search to access the memory. Also referred to as the convertible, the drop-top was one of the more creative recent approaches to space tourism. It was based on the idea that what tourists really wanted to experience was the direct view of the Earth, the stars, and until it had ceased to exist, the moon. Conventional space capsules had tiny windows. What you really wanted to do was stick your head into a transparent bubble so you could enjoy a clear view out in all directions. In other words, you wanted to be in a spacesuit, basically floating free in space. The drop-top was a small, simple capsule, capable of carrying 4 astronauts, dressed in custom-made spacesuits with bubble helmets. During the ascent through the atmosphere and the re-entry, they were protected by a sturdy aeroshell. But while they were orbiting the Earth, the shell retracted, like the roof of a convertible, exposing them completely to space and even giving them some freedom to spacewalk. I don't think a drop-top can reach an orbit this high, can it? Dinah asked.
"Sean's coming up alone. It is some kind of special one-passenger model. The extra mass is being used for propellant."
And then what? It just goes to an airlock and knocks on the door?
"Basically, yes," Lars said. "What will they do? Tell him to go away?"
Day 68.
"This whole thing is bullshit,"
said Sean Probst as soon as he got his helmet off. Dinah smiled. It was not that she was happy about the bullshit. When it came to preserving the human race and the genetic heritage of the Earth from destruction, any whiff of bullshit was bad. But she did feel a certain sense of relief. In the back of her mind, she had been quietly tallying up the BS for weeks now. No one else here would speak of it, and most of them seemed smarter, better informed than she was. She knew Sean Probst by his reputation, by his signature on her paychecks, and by the emails he sent her at 3 o'clock in the morning of whatever time zone his private jet had most recently taken him to. Sean yielded to no one in his knowledge of all things space-related. When he walked into a space station and called bullshit, things were about to become entertaining. One of the few appealing things about him was that he had figured out that his personality was a problem and, in classic get-it-done style, had hired a coach to make him less of an asshole. She could see that working in his face.
"Not your part of it. That's awesome,"
he admitted. "I figured you would have said something earlier if that were not the case," Dinah said. Sean nodded. Done. His arrival at the space station had been unconventional and roundabout. There was no docking station to accommodate the drop-top. There couldn't possibly be, since the drop-top didn't even have a port or an airlock. So there'd been no way to attach it to Izzy. He had brought the little convertible in under manual control, tapping the thrusters one at a time, spitting bullets of spent propellant into space, then pausing for 1, 5, or 10 minutes to ponder the consequences. Space nerd that he was, he knew perfectly well that orbital mechanics did not obey the rules of earthbound physics. He had enough humility and enough spare oxygen to take it slow. Eventually, he had drifted close enough to Amalthea that a 3-Sci-Y train with a grab on its head had been able to reach out and grapple a fitting on the edge of his cockpit. He had then ejected himself from the vehicle, floating free in space, and gone on a little tour of inspection, firing off occasional messages to Dinah so that she could know where he was. Since there was no direct radio connection, these had to be relayed through a server in Seattle. He was in a tube suit, a tourist product that in some ways was less capable, in other ways more so, than the government-issue ones used by cosmonauts and astronauts. It had no legs at all, since legs were pretty useless in space. It looked like a test tube with a pair of arms and a bubble-shaped dome on the top. The arms had shoulder and elbow joints, but no hands as such. Gloves were notoriously the most troublesome parts of spacesuits. Instead, the tube suit's arms terminated in rounded-off stumps. Projecting from each of these was a skeletal hand consisting of a thumb and 3 fingers, actuated by steel cables that ran through airtight fittings into the arm stumps. The occupant could slip his hand into a glove-like contraption inside the stump that would pull on the metal tendons as he moved his fingers, thereby actuating the external digits and enabling him to grab things and perform a few simple operations. There was nothing about it that couldn't have been built by a tinkerer in an inventor's lab in 1890, or 1690 for that matter. People who had used them reported that they worked surprisingly well, better in some ways than conventional spacesuit gloves, which were stiff and fatigued the hands. There was plenty of extra room inside the stumps, and so when not using the claw-like hands, he could pull his fingers free of the internal glove and let them rest on internal touchpads and joysticks where he could type and swipe to his heart's content. The suit had some tiny thrusters that enabled the user to fly it around. Sean had put these to work at some length, wandering around the outside of Izzy and inspecting the work of the robots, the modifications made to the truss, and other curiosities. Finally, he found his way to an airlock at the aft end of H2 where Dinah had let him in, and he had blurted out his opinion. He looked like any nondescript 38-year-old nerd at a graduate physics seminar or a sci-fi convention, with stringy dishwater blonde hair stuck to his head by sweat and a few days darker stubble. In his official photos he wore contacts, but today he wore thick-lensed eyeglasses. He pulled one arm, then the other, out of the suit, and then pushed himself up and out through the big opening at its top where the head dome had been attached. "I've been having trouble seeing the long-term sustainability angle," Dinah admitted, for she was not above dangling bait.
"You think?"
he shouted.
"Has anyone done even the most basic mass balance calculation on this cloud arc concept?"
Sean was from New Jersey. She wasn't sure what he meant, so she stalled for time. "People have been pretty distracted. I wouldn't be the first to know."
"They wouldn't tell you," he shouted, "because you would see right away that it is bullshit."
"What is?" Ivy asked, floating toward them with an interested look on her face.
"And who the hell are you?"
Before Sean could explain who the hell he was distracted, to put it mildly, by the appearance of a 6-foot-tall Amazon with a shaved head and prominent facial scars, headed for him across H2 as if she had been launched out of a cannon. Tekla drove her shoulder into Sean's midsection, slamming him back against a bulkhead. A moment later she was on him. She grabbed an outstretched arm and put Sean into a joint lock that looked pretty much inescapable. By now, Dinah had spent enough time with Tekla to know that she was a practitioner of Sambo, a Soviet combat martial art with many similarities to jiu-jitsu. Out of idle curiosity, Dinah had watched a few YouTube videos featuring Sambo practitioners in action, but she had never imagined, until now, that it could be done in zero gravity. Sean had made his entry through H2 because it had a useful assortment of airlocks and docking ports on its aft end. But unbeknownst to him, H2 had been doing double duty as the dormitory where the surviving scouts lived. His arrival had awoken Tekla, who was off shift at the moment and had been sleeping in her bag. Dinah tried to imagine what this encounter must have looked like from Tekla's point of view. Sean's arrival was unannounced. Dinah herself hadn't really known when or whether he was going to arrive until the drop top had swum into view outside her little window. So, from Tekla's point of view, this guy was an intruder. And when she'd heard Ivy say, "Who the hell are you?" She had realized that his presence on Izzy was completely unauthorized. "Oh, this is awkward," Dinah said.
"Tap! Tap!"
Sean kept saying. He was slapping Tekla's leg with his free hand.
"Commander, would you like me to restrain him?" Tekla asked. "What are your orders?"
"He's not dangerous," Dinah put in.
"Let him go, Tekla,"
Ivy said. Somewhat reluctantly, Tekla relaxed her grip and allowed Sean to float free. He drifted away from her, sizing her up with a certain degree of bewilderment. "Sean," Dinah said, "you've already made Tekla's acquaintance. I would like you to meet Ivy Shao, commander of this installation. Ivy, say hello to Sean Probst."
"Hello, Sean Probst,"
Ivy said, then turned to look at Dinah.
"Did you know he was coming?"
"I had heard rumors," Dinah said, "but I did not think them firm enough to distract you by repeating them. I am sorry." Ivy looked at Sean long enough to make him uncomfortable. Tekla, hovering almost within reach, did much to help supply the hostile atmosphere that Dinah suspected Ivy was reaching for.
"The closest analogy in the law for what I am here is the captain of a ship," Ivy said. "Do you know the etiquette, Sean, for coming aboard a ship?"
Sean calculated.
"Commander Shao,"
he said,
"I humbly and respectfully request permission to come aboard your ship."
"Permission granted," she said, "and welcome aboard."
"Thanks.
But—"
"Yes?"
"If anyone asks, you'll please tell them a little white lie, which is that you requested permission first and then came aboard."
"I'm happy to do that,"
he said. "Later on we'll evolve some sort of common law, I guess. A constitution for this thing."
"People are working on that, actually,"
Sean offered. "That's nice. But right now we have nothing of the sort, and so we have to be mindful."
"It is so noted,"
Sean said. "Now," Ivy said, "you were saying something about bullshit when I interrupted."
"Commander Shao,"
Sean said,
"I have the utmost respect for your past accomplishments and for the work you have been doing."
"Do you hear a butt coming?" Ivy asked Dinah. "I hear a butt coming." Sean stopped. "Go on," Ivy said, for at the end of the day, to go on was what Sean wanted, so they might as well get it over with. He worked it out from first principles on the whiteboard in the banana. Beginning with the Tsiolkovsky equation, a simple exponential, he developed some simple estimates, which he then developed into an ironclad proof that the cloud arc was bullshit. Or at least it had been bullshit until he, Sean Probst, had shown up to address the problems he had noticed. Problems that could only be handled by him personally. It occurred to Dinah to ask herself whether Sean was really rich anymore. Rich people no longer kept their wealth in gold. Sean's wealth was in stock, mostly stock in his own companies. She hadn't been following the stock market since the Crater Lake announcement, but she'd heard that it had not so much crashed as basically ceased to exist. The whole concept of owning stock didn't really mean much anymore, at least if you thought of it as a store of value. But legal structures, police, government agencies, and so on still existed and still enforced the law. The law stated that Sean, by virtue of majority ownership of Arjuna Expeditions, still controlled it. And through overlapping relationships with other space entrepreneurs, he still had enough pull to get himself launched to Izzy, so that counted as wealth of a sort. Having settled that in her mind, she focused her attention back on what Sean was saying.
"Cloud Arc is distributed swarm. Fine, I get it. Sign me up. Much safer than putting all our eggs in one basket. What makes it safer? The arklets can maneuver out of the way of incoming rocks. Other advantages? They can pair up to make a bolo and spin around each other to make simulated gravity. Keeps people healthier and happier. How do they do this? By flying toward each other and grappling the tethers together. What happens when they want to break up the bolo and go solo? They decouple the tethers and go flying off in opposite directions, unless they use their engines to kill that centripetal motion. What do all of these activities have in common?
They had gotten used to Sean's habit of asking, then answering his own questions, so were caught off guard now that he actually seemed to be expecting an answer. Dinah and Ivy had been joined by Conrad Barth, the astronomer, Lars Herdemaker, and Zeke Peterson. The latter finally rose to the bait.
Use of the thrusters,
he said. Sean nodded.
And what happens when we are using the thrusters?
Dinah had an advantage, since she already knew that Sean was concerned about mass balance. We're dumping mass, in the form of used propellant.
We're dumping mass,
Sean said, nodding.
As soon as the Cloud Ark runs out of propellant, it loses the ability to do all of the things that make it a viable architecture for long-term survival. It becomes a big sitting duck.
He let them roll that around in their heads for a bit, then went on.
Mind you, almost everything else that we do up here can be done with minimal effect on mass balance. We can recycle our urine to make drinking water, and our poo to make fertilizer. Very few of our activities involve just releasing mass into space in a way that we can't get it back. This is the exception. I have been ranting and raving about this ever since the idea of the Cloud Ark was announced. So far, all I get in return from the powers that be are vague answers and hand-wavy happy talk.
Ivy and Dinah looked at each other in a way that foretold a one-on-one after-meeting tequila session. So, Dinah thought, Ivy had been wondering about this too in the back of her mind. Worrying about it. Trying to read the tea leaves during those teleconferences down to the ground. It was something to do with Pete Starling, she now saw, which meant that it was somehow related to JBF. Zeke was one of those open-faced, basically optimistic team players one saw frequently in the junior officer ranks of the military.
This is so obvious in a way, he pointed out. They have to have thought of this.
Which was Zeke's way of saying, I'm sure that this is all being handled by people way above our pay grade.
You would think,
Sean said, nodding. Conrad shifted in his chair uneasily and thrust his bearded face into his hand. Unlike Zeke, he was not the sort to place the sunniest interpretation on the problem.
If the world were run by scientists, engineers, Sean said, then this would be a no-brainer. We have to go get more mass, stockpile it so we don't run out.
It's got to be water. You're talking about a comet core, Dinah said.
It's got to be water, Sean agreed. You can't make rocket fuel out of nickel, but with water, we can make hydrogen peroxide, a fine thruster propellant, or we can split it into hydrogen and oxygen to run big engines.
I'm waiting for the other shoe to drop in what you just said, Ivy muttered. Then she spoke up more clearly.
But the world isn't run by scientists and engineers. Is that where you're going with this?
Sean turned his hands palm up and shrugged theatrically.
I'm not a people person. People keep telling me this. Some who are people persons might be focusing on that angle. The people angle, Conrad said, just clarifying. Yeah, the 7 billion people angle. 7 billion who need to be kept happy and docile until the end. How do you do that? What's the best way to calm down a scared kid? Get them to go back to sleep? Tell them a story, some shit about Jesus or whatever.
Zeke winced. Conrad rolled his eyes, then glanced at the ceiling and pretended he hadn't heard this. The idea Sean was playing with here was so monstrous in a way that it was almost inconceivable. That everything they were doing up here was a lullaby for the 7 billion down below. That it could not actually work. That they were just putting on a show of getting ready. That the people of the Cloud Ark would live only a few weeks longer than the ones left behind. As such, Ivy and Dinah and Conrad and Zeke ought to have been freaking out at this point. But none of them, not even Zeke, reacted very much.
You've all thought of it too, Sean said. Even an asshole like me can see it in your faces.
Okay, maybe we've all thought it, Dinah admitted. How could you not think it? But Sean, What you might not have seen, being based on the ground, is how serious everyone up here is about making this work. If it were just a Potemkin village, we'd be seeing different stuff." Sean held his hands up, palms out, placating her.
"Can we just agree that there might be a range of views down on the ground? And that some people, perhaps highly placed, see its primary function as an opiate of the masses, like the video you pop into your car's DVD player to keep the kids quiet during a long drive?"
"People like that are not going to be our friends when it comes to getting the resources we need," Ivy said.
"This strategy is always going to seem a little off-kilter, a little beside the point, opaque, frustrating."
They were definitely talking about Pete Starling. Sean continued.
"To the extent that such people control launch sites and policy, we have a problem. Fortunately, they don't control everything."
They were now talking about Sean Probst and his loose circle of billionaire friends who knew how to make rockets.
"There's a lot about this cloud arc thing that I and my associates don't know yet. We can't sit around waiting for perfect knowledge. We have to act immediately on long lead time work that addresses what we do know. And what we do know is that we need to bring water to the cloud arc. Physics and politics conspire to make it difficult to bring it up from the ground. Fortunately, I own an asteroid mining company. We have already identified some comet cores in easy-to-reach orbits. We're narrowing down the list, and we're preparing an expedition."
Conrad well understood the timing of such missions.
"How long, Sean?" 2 years,
Sean said. "Well," Ivy said, "I guess you'd better get on it then. How can we help?"
"Give me all of your robots,"
Sean said. He turned to look at Dinah. "Since we have declared open season on bullshit," Dinah began as soon as she had gotten Sean Probst alone in her shop. Sean held both of his hands up like a fugitive surrendering to the FBI.
"Where would you like to begin?"
"You said that you have identified some comets, that you are narrowing down the list. That's crap. You wouldn't have come up here without a specific plan."
"We're going after Greg Skeleton."
"What?"
"Comet Grig Skellerup. Sorry, somebody's offspring called it Greg Skeleton and the name stuck."
Sean always referred to children as offspring. She'd heard of it. "How big is that?"
2.5, 3 kilometers.
"That's a lot of arclet fuel." Sean nodded. He crossed his arms over his body and looked around the shop. "Hard to move something that big." Still no answer. "You're going to jam a nuke into it and turn it into a rocket, aren't you?" He raised his eyebrows briefly. Since this was the only plausible way of moving something that huge, he didn't consider it worthy of an extended answer.
"We got really lucky on the timing,"
he remarked. "You're going to fly a radioactive ice ball the size of the Death Star back here just as the shit is hitting the fan. Then what?"
"Dinah, I need to share something with you in confidence."
"Well, it's about fucking time is all I can say." Day 73. Doob had almost been to space once, about 10 years ago. An acquaintance of his, who had made a lot of money in hedge funds, had dropped $25 million on a 12-day trip to the International Space Station aboard a Soyuz capsule. It was traditional for the customer to designate a backup, a sort of understudy, who would take his place in the event of some illness or mishap. Since the backup might be swapped in at any time up to shortly before launch, they had to go through all the same training as the customer. And that was really the point, as far as the hedge fund man was concerned. An introvert, he needed someone who could act as a connection to the general public and put an appealing face on the whole thing. So he had selected Doc Dubois as his understudy. They'd set up a website and a blog and arranged for photographers to follow Doob's progress through the training program, with occasional glimpses of the hedge fund man in the background. In effect, Doob had acted as a publicity decoy. No one made any bones about this. Doob had been more than happy to do it. The training had been great fun. The hedge fund man had been generous in his spending on the website, and Doob had been able to produce a lot of good video explaining fun facts about spaceflight. And there had even been the small chance that he might go. A week before the scheduled launch, he had flown to Baikonur, bringing his wife and kids with him, video crew in tow. They had watched in a certain amount of amazement as the launch vehicle, a fan-tailed Soyuz FG, had been towed horizontally across the steppe on a special train, complete with smoke-belching locomotive, to the launch pad. And this really was little more than a pad, a concrete slab on the almost lunar surface of the Kazakh steppe, with a few pieces of apparatus around it to hoist the rocket up off the train and pump fluids into it. The contrast with the NASA way of doing things was stark to the point of being somewhat hilarious. Doob's youngest son, Henry, 11 years old at the time, had failed to pay attention to the elevation of the mighty rocket to its vertical position because he was distracted by the sight of a couple of stray dogs copulating 100 meters away from ground zero. The launch bunker, shockingly close to the pad, had a little vegetable patch out in front of it, where the technicians were growing cucumbers and tomatoes. They explained that the concrete wall soaked up sunlight during the day and helped keep the vegetables warm at night. 3 days before launch, the hedge fund man had been nipped by a stray dog while rehearsing a launch pad escape sequence, and everything had been thrown into disarray as the dog was chased across the steppe by militiamen in wheeled vehicles, locals on horseback, and a helicopter gunship. After they had run it to the ground, they had shipped it off to a veterinary lab to be checked for rabies. Only 3 hours before launch, word had come back that the dog was clean. Doob's name had been struck from the manifest and replaced by that of the hedge fund manager. Both relieved and disappointed, Doob had stood on terra firma, very close to the launch pad. Tavistock Prowse had come out to cover the launch. He had come equipped with all kinds of electronic gadgets that had seemed cool at the time. He had stood there on the steppe, facing Doob and the rocket, aiming a video camera at him and catching his narration as the giant vehicle had fired up its engines and hurled itself into the sky. More than anything else, that image had made Dr. Harris into Doc Dubois and launched his career. It had also led, within days, to divorce proceedings initiated by his wife. She had a number of complaints about his performance as a husband, many of long standing, some that she could barely articulate. But somehow, all of them had been summed up and crystallized by the fact that, after largely ignoring his responsibilities as a husband and father for several weeks while training for this launch in Russia, he had spent the actual moment of launch not gathered in a safe place with his children, but outside, dangerously close to the rocket, with his bro Tav, ingratiating himself to millions of followers with excited and hilarious commentary. One way or another, Doob had been paying for it ever since, partly in the negative sense of suffering just penalties for his sins, but partly in the more positive sense of spending time with his kids when he could. And this had become more difficult as they had graduated from school and gone out into the world. He was making a particular effort to do it now that they were all under a death sentence. On A+0.73, Doob flew into Seattle, rented an SUV, and drove to the campus of the University of Washington. Along the way, he stopped at a couple of outdoor stores to pick up some camping equipment. This was now expensive. People had begun hoarding that sort of thing in anticipation of a collapse of civilization. But only a few people. Most understood that there was little point in taking to the hills when the hard rain began. Freeze-dried food and backpacking stoves were difficult to come by, but down sleeping bags and fancy tents were still in stock. Henry was now a junior in the computer science department, living with some of his friends near the campus in a rental house. A classic Seattle down-at-the-heels craftsman bungalow, half digested by blackberries and English ivy. In a certain way, it made no sense anymore to speak of anyone as being a student at a particular stage in a degree program. And yet, People went on thinking this way, kind of in the way that someone who has just been diagnosed with a terminal illness will go on getting up and going to work every morning, not so much out of habit as because the knowledge of impending doom makes them wish to assert an identity. He was tempted to park the SUV illegally, since, according to his calculations, the authorities were not likely to catch up with him and demand payment of the parking ticket before the end of the world. But it seemed that most of the people of Seattle were still obeying the rules, and so he did likewise. He found Henry, all 4 of his housemates, and 5 other students all crammed into the ground floor of the bungalow, keeping it warm in the January chill with their body heat and the warmth emanating from a rat's nest of PCs, laptops, and routers. A quick census of empty pizza boxes suggested that they had been working all night. "I'll explain it to you while we drive," had been Henry's promise to his dad when Doob had asked him on the phone last night what he was doing. But this morning, other than getting up from his lazy boy to give his dad a hug and tell him, "I love you," he didn't have much more to say. Every parent of a teenager gets used to it, the moment in a child's life when he or she decides that certain facts are just too much trouble to explain to mom or dad. The parents can't and needn't know every last little thing. They just have to accept this, be content with what they can glean on their own, and move on. Henry, of course, had passed through that veil some years ago. Doob had swallowed his pride and accepted it, as every parent must. It was part of growing up. But back in those days, the subject matter had been fundamentally uninteresting. The size of Henry's collection of Magic the Gathering cards, the weightlifting program assigned him by his football coach, and who had a crush on whom at school. It was easy for Doob to pretend he didn't care about that stuff. What he was seeing over the shoulders of the students in this room looked a good deal more interesting, and that, in a way, hurt. All of them, of course, knew that Henry was the son of the famous Doc Dubois. While trying to play it cool, they all sought a chance to shake his hand and say hi. Doob chewed the fat with them, while his eyes strayed to the stuff they had blue-taped to the walls of the bungalow. Printouts of CAD drawings, schedule grids, Gantt charts, maps. He was obviously looking at some sort of engineering project in the works, but he couldn't make out what exactly. On the kitchen table, a MakerBot was producing a small plastic part, watched intently by a young woman who was talking on her phone in a mix of English and Mandarin. Conversation was interrupted by the beep, beep, beep of a backup alarm, loud and growing louder. Someone pulled the front door open, letting in a wash of wet, cool Pacific air to reveal a Ryder box truck backing up onto the lawn, heading straight for the front door. Some unkillable instinct in Doob's head made him glance disapprovingly at the muddy ruts it was leaving in the lawn, made him issue a little tut-tut-tut at these irresponsible youth for damaging the grass. Grass that in 2 years would be a thin smear of carbon black over a lifeless cake of hardened clay, presuming it didn't suffer a direct hit and become part of a huge glass-lined crater. The truck didn't stop soon enough and wrecked a wooden banister beside the front steps. Everyone laughed. The laughter had a curious tone, a mixture of childish delight with something darker, expectant of much worse to come. These kids were really adapting better than he was. He had no idea what was going on, but it seemed to involve throwing everything into the back of the box truck. He stood around for a while, with his hands in his pockets, since he didn't know which stuff was going and which was staying. But when they threw in the sofa, it became clear they were abandoning the house. He began helping. After a certain point, the box truck filled up. Then they began pulling things out of it and putting them back in a more orderly style. Doob finally hit his stride, stepping into the role of wily old man with excellent packing skills, and pointing out ways to use the space more efficiently. Eventually, someone went and got another box truck. Apparently, the rental agency was letting them take them for free. Some day laborers wandered down the street from a home improvement center and helped pack. The home improvement market had gone bust. Doob saw traces of Amelia in their faces, and wondered how they had first heard the news. 6 of the kids packed themselves and their computers, clothes, and as many tools as they owned or could borrow into the SUV that Doob had rented at the airport. They roped a couple of bicycles and some camping gear to the luggage rack. Doob had no idea where they were going or why, but they seemed to be planning to construct a new civilization out of blue tarps and zip ties. They ended up in a caravan of 20 vehicles, headed east out of town at about 2 in the afternoon. At this time of the year, at Seattle's high latitude, that gave them about 2 hours of remaining daylight. Most of the kids fell asleep immediately. Henry, riding shotgun, made a touching effort to stay awake, and then fell into slumber. Henry was a sweet kid, and Doob knew that when he woke he would apologize. But Henry wasn't a parent, and he didn't understand that when you were, almost nothing was more satisfying than seeing your kids sleep. So, feeling as content as it was possible to be under the circumstances, Doob drove into the darkling mountains with his SUV load of slumbering passengers. The caravan gradually dissolved into the general stream of traffic. Most of the passenger cars peeled off at the suburban exits before the road began to gain serious altitude. Doob wondered, as he always did, what the hell they were doing, continuing to go to jobs and school just to fill the days before the end? But it was none of his business. Beyond Issaquah, any vehicle still on the interstate was probably headed for the high, cold desert on the east side of the mountains. A few people were still interested in skiing. Skiing! But those cars were easily identified. Most of the other vehicles fit the general description of those that had been part of their original caravan from the university. Heavy laden box trucks, SUVs, and pickups with provisions and camping gear. Doob realized that he had somehow become a sort of Okie, except that the Okies had at least known where they were going. The eternal Seattle drizzle turned into alternating belts of mist and cold rain, forcing him to keep one hand busy on the wiper control. The raindrops became cloudy with ice as he gained altitude, and then turned into snow. The roadway was still clear, but the shoulders became fuzzy with slush that gradually encroached on the traffic lanes. The speed of travel dropped to 40, 30, 20 miles an hour, and the road ahead congealed into a slurry of taillights as lowering steel-gray clouds clamped down on the remaining traces of daylight. A few semi-articulated rigs were laboring up the approach to the pass in the slow lane. Some of these were just conventional, boxy trucks, and so there was no guessing what might be in them. But Doob thought he was picking out an unusual amount of weird industrial traffic. Tankers carrying cryogenic liquids, flatbeds with bundles of tubing and structural steel. The clouds flashed, bright enough to make some of the sleeping students flinch and stir in the back seat. Out of habit, Doob began counting 0 Mississippi, 1 Mississippi, 2. And when he reached something like 9 or 10, he felt, as much as heard, the sonic boom. As a child, he'd have assumed it was a lightning bolt. Now he interpreted all such events as incoming chunks of moon shrapnel. This one had passed within about 3 kilometers. A secondary boom, several seconds later, suggested that it had hit the ground, as opposed to just breaking up in the atmosphere as most of them did. So it had been a relatively large piece. It had been a day or two since Doob had checked the site where his grad students had been tallying observed bolides versus the predictions of their model. He didn't check it very often because, after some jitter in the first few weeks, the model had been refined to the point where it tracked observations to within a reasonable statistical range. This, of course, was good news for the model and bad news for the human race, since it meant that they were still on track for the white sky to happen and the hard rain to begin, in another 21 or 22 months. If memory served, strikes like the one he had just observed were probably happening about 20 times a day worldwide. So it was mildly remarkable that he'd been close to one, but nothing to write home about. A few minutes later, the taillights ahead of him flared as people applied their brakes. After inching along for a short distance, traffic came to a complete stop. This woke up some of the students who remarked on it sleepily. After 10 minutes had passed without movement, Henry climbed out, stood up on the SUV's running board, and began loosening ropes holding a bicycle in place on the roof. Doob sat warm and safe in the driver's seat and watched his son pedal off between the lanes of stopped traffic with precisely the same heartsick feeling as when the boy had gone off on his first solo bicycle ride in the streets of Pasadena. He was back all of 3 minutes later.
"A rig jackknifed just before the top of the pass," he said. "An oversized load. A piece of a gantry, I think."
Gantry. There was a word that activated deep memories in Doob's brain. Only used in connection with launch pads, only spoken by the likes of Walter Cronkite and Frank Reynolds in the deep nicotine-cured anchorman tonalities of the Apollo days. Nothing was happening, so they pulled their winter coats out of the back, bundled up, and hiked up the road to sea. A lot of people were doing this. This struck Doob as unusual. The normal behavior was to wait in the car, thumb the iPhone, listen to a book on tape, and wait for the authorities to come and deal with it. The stranded truck was only about half a mile ahead of them. It looked to have gone into a spectacular skid. The colossal weight of the gantry, a welded steel truss looking like a section of a railway trestle, had swung the rear end of the truck forward and sideways, sweeping across all lanes of traffic and finally grinding to a stop by flopping over onto its side and then destroying about 100 yards of guardrail. Behind it, a few cars had spun out as their drivers had stomped the brakes, and a few people were dealing with the aftermath of minor rear-end fender benders, but no one seemed to have gotten seriously injured. The pedestrian traffic toward the crash had been considerable, and yet Doob saw few of the sorts of people he would classify as gawkers or rubberneckers. Where were they all going? As he and Henry and the other students drew closer, he saw cars moving around, headlights sweeping across the wreck to better illuminate it. And then he saw a stream of people squeezing through the gap to the other side, or clambering through the space between the tractor and the trailer. Self-appointed safety wardens had stationed themselves at critical locations to focus the white beams of their LED flashlights on trip hazards and useful handholds. Doob and the others crowded through those gaps and then broke free to the far side of the wreck. The view here was worth a look. The wet interstate, completely empty of traffic, stretched away from them. A ski area, lit up for night use, spread up the mountainside to their right. In the distance, maybe 10, 20 miles away, a streaky patch of mountainside was flickering a lambent orange through intervening veils of snow and mist, the impact side of the bolide. Doob saw now how it had all happened. The meteor had passed overhead. To him, it had just been a flash above the clouds. But to the people cresting the pass at the same moment, it must have been visible as it streaked into the ground and plowed up a mile-long stretch of forest. Cars must have faltered and strayed out of their lanes. The driver of the truck had been forced to apply his brakes, and the tires of the trailer had broken loose from the slushy pavement. The number of people on this side of the wreck must have been well over 100. 20 minutes later, there were enough of them to flip the rig back up onto its wheels. Like a work crew of Egyptian slaves moving a great block of stone, all of these people in their parkas and their microfiber gloves and snow pants just got under the thing and started lifting it. Towing straps had been fetched from toolboxes and anchored to the other side of it, and run to the trailer hitches and the bumpers of several pickup trucks that had four-wheeled their way to the scene, and they pulled while the humans pushed, and with surprising ease the whole thing came up, balanced for a moment on half of its wheels, the only sound now being the skidding of pickup tires as the drivers burned rubber, and then dropped into place. A huge uproar of people shouting, "Woo!" as much in relief as in exultation. Doob exchanged thumping, mittened high-fives with 20 people he'd never met before and would never see again. Getting the truck pointed in the right direction again and back on its way down the interstate was a more tedious operation that would likely span another couple of hours. But within a short time, they were at least able to open one lane. By then, people with four-wheel drive vehicles had already begun to cut across the median strip and claim lanes on the wrong side of the interstate, which was sparsely trafficked by veering cars holding their horn buttons down in long, Dopplered howls of protest. Another slowdown caught them an hour later when they entered a low plume of thick smoke drifting across the highway and bringing visibility down to almost nothing. Galaxies of red and blue flashing lights emerged from the murk and then receded, places where emergency vehicles had clustered to stage firefighting efforts or to aid locals affected by the strike. At one place, sitting in the middle of the road, festive with road flares, was a rock the size of a car, which had struck the pavement hard enough to pierce it and lever up thick shards bristling with snapped rebar. Not the meteorite itself, but ejecta, shrapnel, hurled out from the impact site. There was another delay, this one purely for gawking, at the place where the interstate crossed the Columbia River, almost a mile wide, at Vantage. Something was going on down below the bridge, on the eastern bank of the river where the low span angled up away from the water to let big barges pass beneath it. Blinding lights had been elevated on poles, creating a mottled spill of daylight where something huge and cylindrical was being winched up off a barge. With all of those complications, it was well after midnight when they reached the town of Moses Lake and turned off the interstate to follow almost all of its traffic in the direction of the Grant County International Airport. That was its official name. When Doob woke up the next morning, crawled out of the tent he had shared with Henry, and stood up and looked about, he immediately dubbed the place New Baikonur. It was at the same latitude as Baikonur, and it was in the same sort of steppe country. And like the steppe of old, it was populated by nomads. Space Okies. At least 10,000, he guessed. They seemed orderly enough. Long, straight lines had been chalked out on the dry lake bed, apparently with the same equipment used to stripe football fields. These delineated streets and avenues that, for the most part, were being respected by newly arrived tent pitchers. Portable toilets huddled at strict intervals, though Doob's nose told him that some were using pit latrines or just pissing on the sagebrush. Henry had filled him in a little during the last hours of the drive. It had been an Air Force base, part of the northern line of defensive installations from which the U.S. would have defended itself against communist aggression, had that ever been necessary. Its 13,500-foot runway suggested it might have had offensive purposes as well. It had been an alternate landing site for the space shuttle, never used. In any case, it was ridiculously oversized for the town of Moses Lake and had tended to be used by the aerospace industry in recent decades for various training and experimental purposes. Blue Origin had used it to test a VTOL craft in 2005. Operating from a trailer on the empty lake bed west of the airport where New Baikonur was arising now, and where Doob was walking about trying to track down the scent of frying bacon. Some giant windowless aircraft hurtled overhead, deploying a phalanx of tires from its belly, and made a long, slow landing on the big runway, using every one of the 13,500 feet. A cargo carrier. He came to a broad avenue that led directly into the encampment center, and there was no mistaking where and what the center was. A concrete pad, still being poured one patch at a time, with a mixed assortment of cranes rising up from what he took to be its center. They were assembling a rocket there. It was a big rocket. It all more or less made sense. There was no cargo too big to be barged up the Columbia River and then trucked the last few miles to Moses Lake. There was no airplane that couldn't be accommodated by that runway. There was no object that the aerospace machine shops of the Seattle area couldn't build. And from this latitude, the same as Baikonur, a well-worn and understood flight plan could take payloads to Izzy. A mere 4 days later, Doob stood in the bed of a rusty pickup truck with a random assortment of space rednecks, hoisting a long-necked beer bottle into the sky in emulation of the rocket lifting off from the pad. They all hooted and screamed as they watched it arc gracefully downrange and take off in the general direction of Boise. And the next morning, when they had all sobered up, they got busy building another rocket. Day 80.
We talk about sending stuff to orbit as if orbit is a place, like Philadelphia. But it's actually a lot of places, a lot of different ways to be in space. Any two objects in the universe can theoretically be in orbit around each other. Most of the orbits that matter to us involve something tiny orbiting around something huge, like a satellite around the Earth or the Earth around the Sun. So a quick way to label and classify orbits is according to what is the huge thing in the middle. If the huge thing in the middle is the Earth, we call it a geocentric orbit. If it's the Sun, it's a heliocentric orbit, and so on. Since the Moon broke up, we've mostly focused on geocentric orbits. The Moon, back when it existed, used to be in such an orbit. It revolved around the Earth. Most of its pieces still remain in geocentric orbits. A small number of those just happen to intersect the Earth's atmosphere. When that happens, we get a meteorite. So much for Orbits 101, but keep in mind there can be different levels. So, the old Earth-Moon system was, as a whole, revolving around the Sun in a heliocentric orbit. And if you zoom way out and look at the entire Milky Way galaxy, you can see that our whole solar system is very slowly revolving around the black hole at its center, in a galactocentric orbit.
The voice was that of famous astronomer and science popularizer, Doc Dubois. The images accompanying it were an animation zooming in and out of the solar system. Dinah was getting snatches of it over the shoulder of Louisa Soter, a recent arrival to Izzy and hands-down winner of the Least Like a Traditional Astronaut competition. Born in New York City to parents who had fled political repression in Chile, she had been raised in a polyglot bohemian household in Harlem, walking through Central Park every day to the Ethical Culture School on West 63rd. She'd followed that up with a succession of degrees in psychology and social work from UCLA, Chicago, and Barcelona. After a few years of work with economic refugees trying to enter Europe on leaky fishing boats, she'd been awarded a Genius Grant that had given her the freedom to travel the world for a few years doing research on other economic migrants. 2 weeks ago, she'd been yanked out of a Fulbright scholarship at the University of St. Andrews in Scotland, given some basic training in how to live in space, strapped into a rocket, and shot up here in a tourist capsule. Dinah, along with everyone else, made the obvious assumption that Louisa's job was to be the first shrink and social worker in space. Judging from some interactions that had been happening as crowding and stress had gotten more intense, she was going to have her work cut out for her. A bunch of desperate people crowded aboard a pitching and rudderless fishing boat was an uncomfortably close match for the situation up here. Louisa had a relaxed self-confidence that made it easy for her to admit that she knew absolutely nothing about such topics as orbital mechanics. But it was more than just that. She knew how to use her own ignorance as an icebreaker in conversations. Izzy was full of people who were skewed toward the Asperger's end of the social spectrum, and there was no better way to get them to start talking than to ask them a technical question. But when everyone else was busy, Louisa was not above Googling her question down to earth and latching on to a YouTube video as she was doing now. Dinah, floating behind Louise's shoulder, watched as the animation was replaced by a live shot of Doc Dubois and a stocky bald white man standing next to each other on the flat pan of gray-brown dirt that she now recognized as the Moses Lake spaceport. In deep background behind them was another rocket being stacked on the pad, one stage at a time, by a tangled-looking arrangement of cranes, gantries, and cables. Dinah vaguely recognized the one who wasn't Doc Dubois. He was a tech pundit who popped up frequently on television and YouTube. He turned toward the camera and spoke.
"This is Tavistock Prowse, coming to you from the world's newest spaceport here in Grant County, Washington. I'm here with a man who needs no introduction, Doc Dubois, to talk about some of the recent controversial events surrounding the Arjuna expedition's launches, many of which are originating from the improvised launch complex that you can see directly behind us. Arjuna has prepared an animation that explains what they are all about, so pop some popcorn and pull up a chair."
Their image was replaced by a view of Earth that zoomed back, tilted, and panned to show it in its orbit around the sun. This was helpfully traced out by a thin, curved red line. The animation panned back. The orbits of Venus, Mercury, then Mars and Jupiter came into view.
"Traditionally,"
Dr. Dubois said,
"when we talk about asteroids, we're talking about the asteroid belt, which is out between Mars and Jupiter."
A ring of dust, with a few larger clumps, was now spattered into the huge gap between those two planets' orbits.
"There's a lot of material out there that our heritage might one day be able to exploit. But it's too far away to be easily reached by any spacecraft we have now."
So Dr. Dubois, in keeping with his rep for staying in touch with the zeitgeist, had adopted the "our heritage" phrasing, a suddenly popular buzzword and hashtag meaning whatever gets accomplished in the distant future by the descendants of the people who make it onto the Cloud Ark, or, to put it bluntly, the only reason to go on living for the next 22 months. The animation began zooming back in, to the point where it showed nothing beyond Earth's orbit.
"But astronomers have known for a long time that not all of the asteroids are out beyond Mars. There are much smaller, but still significant, populations of asteroids in heliocentric orbits not that different from Earth's."
A finer and sparser dust of particles was now drawn in, forming a sort of fuzzy halo around the red line that represented Earth's orbit.
"And that's where Amalthea came from, is that correct, Doc?" "Yes. Bringing a hunk of metal that big from all the way out between Mars and Jupiter would have taken forever. Because we found it in an Earth-like orbit, it was a little easier." "And what do you mean by an Earth-like orbit?" "These rocks all revolve around the sun just like the Earth. Some are a little inside Earth's orbit, some a little outside of it, some cross the Earth's orbit twice every time they go around the sun. We used to worry about those." "Now, not so much," Tav put in. Doc paused, and apparently thought better of acknowledging the joke. "Because we were worried about them, we made an effort to find them and to know their exact trajectories, their orbital parameters." Back to Doc and Tav, now walking across the pounded earth of the spaceport, with a big truck in the background emblazoned with the Arjuna Expedition's logo. "In recent years, companies like Arjuna Expeditions have mapped a whole lot more of those asteroids in the hopes of mining them. What we're seeing in the last few weeks is a concerted effort by Arjuna and an alliance of other private space companies to throw those efforts into high gear." "What exactly is Sean Probst thinking, Doc?" Tav asked. "He's not telling us. But the science of orbital mechanics doesn't leave a whole lot to the imagination. In part 2 of this video, you can learn more about the dance of orbiting bodies in space and the intricate choreography needed to make an asteroid show up in the right place at the right time.
Louisa's finger hovered over the link that would play the next video, but before tapping it, she turned around to look at Dinah. "Just trying to figure out what you do for a living," she said, in an accent that came from everywhere, but mostly from New York. "You're from Argena, right?" "Shh," Dinah warned her jokingly. "I'm still trying to stay friends with the Russians." "What's that about?" Louisa asked. She was referring to a recent series of testy meetings and sometimes out-and-out confrontations between the Russians, still thinking and acting as a bloc under the leadership of Fyodor Antonovich Panteleimon, and the Argena contingent, which actually prided itself on being disruptive. This was a commonplace bit of biz jargon. But try explaining to a grizzled cosmonaut why being disruptive was a good thing. Dinah was inclined to say something like, "It's cultural," but she felt a little intimidated about using that sort of cocktail party banter around someone with Louisa's credentials. "Look, surprises in space are almost always bad," Dinah said. "Traditionally, every mission is planned out to the nth degree, and there's a contingency plan for everything. You don't improvise. You can't improvise because there's nothing to improvise with." "I'm just remembering the duct tape in Apollo 13. "Yeah, that was one of the rare exceptions," Dinah said, "and people are still talking about it decades later. So, to the Russians, the idea that someone can just show up unannounced and make a claim on our resources—" "What resources?" Louisa asked. "They're breathing our air," Dinah said, "taking up space, using bandwidth, you name it. Lars hitched a ride up here on the assumption he'd stay on Izzy and work for us. Instead, he's taking off with Sean, and they're taking almost all of my robots." "But they're sending more, yes?" "Absolutely. Look, all I'm saying is that it was a surprise, and the sooner Sean and Lars get out of here and on their way, the less likely it is that Fyodor is going to strangle them with his bare hands." "On their way to where?" Louisa asked. "A different orbit." "Heliocentric or geocentric?" Louisa asked, deadpan, then gave Dinah a wink. "Geocentric first, then heliocentric," Dinah answered with a trace of a smile. "But I thought we were already in a geocentric orbit." "The wrong one as far as Sean is concerned. Izzy's orbit is angled with respect to the equator. It has to be that way so Baikonur can launch to it. Baikonur is as far north as Seattle. But when you are doing interplanetary stuff, which is what Sean has in mind, basically, whenever you want to get out of low Earth orbit, you want to be in an orbit that's closer to the equator, because that's pretty much where the rest of the solar system is, including the big chunk of ice that Sean wants to grab and bring back here." "Ymir," Louisa said, pronouncing it as she'd heard Sean do, Ymir, a word from Norse mythology referring to primordial ice giants. Sean's code name for a particular hunk of ice that his project had identified and that he meant to bring back. "Yeah, not an official name. Sean doesn't divulge much." "And how do you get from one to the other?" Louisa asked. "From a geocentric orbit. That's what we're in now, right?" "Yes." "To a heliocentric one." "Well, first he's going to have to do a plane change, from the angled Izzy orbit we're in now to one closer to the equator. He'll rendezvous with the rest of his gear." "Why didn't they just send everything up here?" "Plane change maneuvers are expensive. It's not too bad if the only thing plane changing is Sean and Lars and a drop top, but it would be ridiculously wasteful to send the whole expedition package up here only to plane change later." Dinah didn't mention the other reason, which was that the biggest part of Sean's package was so screamingly radioactive that it couldn't be allowed anywhere near Izzy. "Okay, but we're still talking geocentric, right?" "Correct. We're still just a few hundred miles high." "So how do they get from the rendezvous point to a heliocentric situation?" "There's a bunch of different ways to do it," Dinah said, but if I know Sean, he'll go through the L1 gateway.
I have no idea what that is, Louisa said, then finally lost a fight to suppress a giggle. But once again, I feel that I have been dumped into a sci-fi movie when I hear people around me talking like that.
Doc Dubois probably covers it in that video, Dinah said, nodding at Louisa's tablet, but the gist of it is really straightforward. Looking around, she spied a mesh bag stuffed with clothing. She pulled it out of its niche and let it drift in the center of the cabin. "The sun," she said. Now, patting herself down, she found in her pocket a small plastic bottle of pills. Anti-nausea medication she had fetched for one of the new arrivals. She opened it up and pulled out the ball of cotton stuffed into its top, then let the cotton drift in the air a little closer to Louisa. The Earth in its heliocentric orbit. The sick crew member would have to wait for a few minutes. Dinah carefully tapped a few pills free from the bottle's open neck and let them float for a moment while she pocketed the bottle. Then she began to arrange the pills in the space already staked out by the sun and the Earth.
"Asteroids?"
Louisa guessed. "These are more like abstract mathematical points," Dinah said. "They're called the Lagrange points, or the liberation points, and there's 5 of them around every 2-body system, always in the same basic geometry. 2 of them, L4 and L5, are way off to the sides. I'm not going to try to show you those because we don't have room, but the other 3 are all along the line running between the sun and the Earth." She pushed off and glided to the far side of the sun and stationed a pill there, exactly on the opposite side from where the Earth was. "This is L3, very far away, invisible to us because the sun's always in the way, not that useful." Gliding back toward the hovering cotton ball, she stopped herself against a bulkhead and placed a second pill out beyond it. "This is L2, outside of Earth's orbit." Finally, she put a pill in between the sun and the Earth, but much closer to the latter. "And this is
L1 by process of elimination," Louisa said dryly. And laughed. "You space people love to count down. I know your ways."
"It's where the gravity of the sun and the Earth balance," Dinah said. "And people sometimes call it a gateway because it's an easy place to effect a switchover between a geocentric and a heliocentric orbit. This even happens naturally sometimes. An asteroid in a heliocentric orbit will wander close to L1 and get captured by the Earth. Or, going the other way, there's a case where an Apollo upper stage orbiting around the Earth passed near L1 and got ejected into a heliocentric orbit for a number of years. Later, it came back through the same gateway, only to get ejected again." Louisa nodded.
"Like changing from the D to the A train at Columbus Circle, in New York terms."
"A lot of people have used the analogy of a switching yard or a train station to describe it, yeah," Dinah said.
"So you think Sean and his crew are headed that way?"
"Once they get all their—" Dinah paused.
"Their shit together?"
Louisa suggested. "Thank you, yes," Dinah said with a smile. "They need to get to a higher orbit than we are in now if they are going to reach L1. That means burning their engines, expending a lot of fuel in just a few minutes, and then coasting for a few weeks. They'll have to pass through the Van Allen belts and soak up a lot of radiation. No avoiding it, unfortunately. L1 is 4 times farther away than the moon."
"Or what used to be the moon," Louisa said under her breath.
"Yeah. Which means that in a few days, Sean and his crew are going to be farther away from Earth than any humans who have ever lived. When they get to L1, which will take 5 weeks, they'll have to execute another burn that will switch them from the D to the A train, place them into a heliocentric orbit. And from there, they can plot whatever course is going to get them to the comet." Louisa had gotten a bit sidetracked by the first part of what Dinah had said.
"Farther away from Earth than anyone in history," she repeated. "I wonder if there might be a certain feeling of jealousy at work in Fyodor's reaction, knowing that after all the time he has spent in space,
some rich whippersnapper is going to show up and make his accomplishments look minor?" Dinah said, nodding. "Could be. Fyodor's got the Russian granite face. You can't tell what's going on inside.
Anyway, Louisa said, they go and fetch the big ball of ice and then reverse all of those steps to come back to what by that point will hopefully be the cloud arc.
Not exactly, Dinah said, and that's where things get interesting.
Oh, I thought they were already pretty interesting, Louisa said.
Dinah was limited here in what she was allowed to say. Maneuvering a space vehicle, which is designed and engineered to be what it is, around the solar system is one thing. Moving a huge, raggedy-ass ball of ice is another.
It's going to take a long time, Louisa said, nodding, and it might not work.
Yeah, look, I just make robots.
All of which will be making the trip.
Yes, Dinah said. They'll be needed on the comet's surface for anchoring cables and netting. It's a big chunk of ice. It's brittle. We don't want it to fall apart like a dry snowball when thrust is applied.
A dry snowball? Louisa repeated. Is that a thing where you come from?
The Brooks Range? Yeah, terrible place to make snowballs.
Unless you're the kid's sister, Louisa said, and everyone's throwing them at you.
No comment on that.
In Central Park, Louisa said, the snowballs were wet and they were hard.
Day 90. When Ivy had opened the meeting on day 37 with the words 5%, Dinah and most of the others on Izzy had looked around themselves and seen a lack of progress that had troubled them, which, of course, had been Ivy's point. On that day, 26 people had been in space, 8 of whom were just barely surviving in temporary Luke shelters. The banana had, with a bit of crowding, accommodated everyone. On day 73, when Ivy had opened another meeting in the banana with the words 10%, the situation had been transformed. There had been no question anymore of fitting Izzy's whole population into the banana. Most of them had had to watch the meeting on video feeds. Thanks to Sean Probst and his Argena launches out of Moses Lake, no one quite knew what the total off-Earth population was anymore. Allegedly, there was a Google Docs spreadsheet where it was being kept track of, but no one could agree on where it was. The population had certainly gone into the triple digits at least a week before. In the first 2 weeks of its operation, the new Shake and Bake spaceport at Moses Lake had launched 3 rockets. One crashed into a high-end vineyard near Walla Walla, destroying several acres of grapes that would have made excellent wine, had there been enough time left on Earth's clock to age it properly. The others had made it to Izzy. Most of Argena's big payloads, though, were being launched not from Moses Lake, but from sites nearer the equator, whence they could get into orbits closer to the plane of the ecliptic. At least 2 heavy-lift rockets, one from Canaveral and one from Kourou, had effected a rendezvous and docking maneuver in low orbit above Earth's tropics. Others were said to be in the works, but little was known of this project. Communication wasn't Sean Probst's strong suit, and his career in private enterprise had instilled a habit of playing his cards close to his vest. In this, he seemed to be of one mind with the small cohort of people aboard Izzy, like Spencer Grindstaff and Zeke Peterson, who had impressive security clearances. Dinah and Ivy, comparing notes and sharing fragments of circumstantial evidence, had assembled at least a vague theory of what was going on. Ostensibly, Sean Probst was a wild card. But Argena had been mailing gnats to Sparky for weeks, and Sparky had been giving them top priority on launches to Izzy. It seemed, therefore, that Dinah's results, the feedback she was sending to Argena about which gnats worked in space and which didn't, were of great interest to NASA. And it was significant that at least one of Sean's payloads had been launched from Canaveral, which was, of course, NASA's flagship launch facility. Even more so was a launch out of Vandenberg Air Force Base that added a small additional module to the growing Argena complex. They knew it was small because of the size of the rocket used, and they knew it was top-secret spook stuff because of the precautions that had been taken on the ground. That much had been reported by ordinary citizens who had been forced to the shoulder of Highway 101 by a long military convoy, and who had aimed long lenses at the launch pad only to find their view blocked by tarps and camo nets. The next rocket out of Moses Lake had made an uneventful journey to Izzy. Its upper stage, lacking a place to dock, flew in formation with the space station about a kilometer aft. Fyodor stared at it balefully out the window and made repeated suggestions that its stores should be confiscated. Its cargo manifest was unusual. Spare propellant and other consumables that would enable Sean's drop-top to execute a plane change maneuver and rendezvous with Ymir in equatorial orbit. For the word Ymir was now being used to denote both the spaceship that Sean was assembling and its faraway destination. Ice. Fiber for combining with ice to make a stronger material called pykrete. Several thousand ice gnats, tiny robots optimized for crawling around on ice. Fyodor, and perhaps others as well, coveted the ice and the propellant. Pete Starling had begun rattling legal sabers down on the ground, threatening to seize the Moses Lake spaceport, a scheme that vanished overnight after Sean began to rattle sabers of his own, threatening to make a YouTube video exposing the Cloud Ark scheme as a poorly conceived panacea at best. It was strange, to say the least, that such open conflict could exist between the government's left and right hands, but the world had become a strange place. Talking of it over meals or during after-work drinking sessions, Dinah and Ivy and Louisa could only speculate at the shouting matches that must be happening down on the ground between the Oval Office, the military, Arjuna expeditions, and the architects. Dinah mostly just kept her head down and worked, programming the robots that Sean was going to take with him on his expedition. A comet core was not a solid piece of ice so much as an aggregation of shards loosely held together by its own self-gravity, which was extremely weak. Merely touching it could cause big pieces to separate. Arjuna expeditions had known this for many years and had put millions of dollars into inventing technology for capturing such difficult objects. Though technology might be too fancy a word for techniques that would have been recognizable to Stone Age hunter-gatherers. Surround it with a net, draw the net closed with a loop of string. Actually performing that feat in space was what Sean described as an asymmetrical problem. Programmer speak, meaning that there were a lot of contingencies and detail work, so it wasn't amenable to one big solution. Robots would probably end up swarming all over the surface of Comet Grig Skellerup, cinching the net down and reinforcing weak spots by melting the ice, mixing the water with fiber, and letting it refreeze into pykrete. Dinah had offered to help out with that, and had been excited by the thought until Sean had brought her down to earth by pointing out some awkward realities. Communication between Izzy and Ymir was going to be limited by their one radio. They wouldn't be able to send video, and latency was going to be significant. For a large part of the journey, there would be a delay of several minutes, as the signals traversed a distance comparable to that between the Earth and the Sun. So programming robots on the surface of the comet would be nothing like looking out her window at the ones on Amalthea. Anything Dinah had to contribute, she had to contribute now. In any case, Izzy's population had dropped by 2, and the level of tension and drama had fallen precipitously, when Sean and Lars had departed in the drop-top at A plus 0.82. The plane change maneuver took them to a rendezvous above the equator with Ymir. After more rendezvous operations extending over a week, and incorporating yet more payloads launched from Cape Canaveral, as well as from private spaceports in New Mexico and West Texas, Ymir made a long burn of her main engine that placed her into a transfer orbit bound for L1. A few days after that, she beat the Apollo record for distance traveled from Earth. Conrad Barth came to Dinah's shop and knocked politely, for she happened to have her curtain drawn, and everyone knew that she and Reese sometimes had sex on the other side of it. He entered, looked about nervously, and asked her if she knew anything about what Emir was going to do. Before she could answer, he shook her off, took out his tablet, and tapped in his password. Then he spun it around to show her a photograph. It took her a while to understand what she was seeing. Clearly, it was a picture of a man-made object in space, and it was a good picture, but surrounded by a glamour of pixels that spoke of considerable enhancement. Conrad had taken the picture using one of Izzy's optical telescopes. He had turned it away from its usual objective, which was the system of fragments churning around the former center of the moon, and aimed it at this man-made object. The object was big and complicated, at a guess the largest thing humans had ever assembled in space, with the exception of Izzy herself. The picture had been taken from a great distance while both Izzy and the object were moving with respect to each other, and he'd toiled with image processing software to reduce the blur. She could see clearly enough that, like Izzy, it consisted of a stack of modules that had been sent up atop different rockets and plugged together. The one on its tail sported a large nozzle bell and was obviously its main propulsion unit. Some of the modules just looked like propellant tanks. Others looked like habitations. But far and away the most prominent, and the weirdest, part of this thing was a long spike or probe that extended from its forward end, making it 10 times as long as it would have been otherwise. It was a truss, recognizably made in the same way as the new trusses on Izzy. "Wow," Dinah joked. "A space station with its own radio tower." Conrad smiled weakly. "Look at the top of the radio tower," he suggested. He spread his fingers on the tablet, zooming in on a thick blur of pixels at its tip. This seemed to have a roughly arrowhead-like shape, a small, dark tip sitting on a thicker white base, itself resting on a dark base plate. He was looking at her as if he expected her to understand, or as if she must be privy to secrets. Which she was, but she couldn't reveal them. "I'm not a nuclear physicist," she said, "but it's screamingly obvious that the people aboard that ship— it's Emir, isn't it?" "Of course." "That they want to be as far away as possible from whatever that is, and so they mounted it at the end of the longest stick they could build." "It is something that makes a lot of neutrons," Conrad said. "How do you know that?" "This thing." He indicated the fat, white layer in the middle of the sandwich, like the marshmallow in a s'more. "Is probably polyethylene or paraffin, which would be good at absorbing neutrons. Gamma rays might be produced in the process, and so, this base plate," he pointed to the dark graham cracker at the bottom, "is probably lead." Dinah already knew what it was, because Sean had told her. The core of a large nuclear power plant, rated at a thermal output of 4 gigawatts, somewhat hastily re-engineered for this purpose. But she had been sworn to secrecy, and so all she could do was let Conrad piece it together himself. "Well," she said, "those are impressive precautions on what is probably a suicide mission anyway." "They want to be alive and capable of doing something when and if they get where they are going," Conrad said. "Do you suppose anyone has taken pictures like this from Earth?" Dinah asked. "Because I haven't seen anything in the media." "It was concealed by a fairing until they made their transfer burn," Conrad said. "I took this a couple of hours ago, when I had my one and only clear shot." They had timed that burn so that they would cross the former moon's orbit at a time when most of the debris cloud was on the opposite side of the Earth, thus minimizing the chance of colliding with a rock. Nevertheless, A few days after they had passed that distance and become the longest range travelers in human history, they stopped communicating. Until then, Ymir had been using powerful X-band radios to communicate over the Deep Space Network, a complex of dishes in Spain, Australia, and California that had been used for decades to talk to long-range space probes. Now she had gone silent. She was still out there. Conrad could still pick her up as a white dot on his optical telescope. Since she was merely coasting for 37 days, not firing her engines, there was no way to tell whether the crew was still alive. A perfectly ship-shape Ymir and a crumpled wad of space junk would have looked and behaved the same. They drew some hope from the fact that nothing came back from her. Ymir had automatic systems that were supposed to phone home without human intervention. If those had continued to function while communication from humans had ceased, it would suggest that the crew were all dead or incapacitated. But the fact that all human and robotic signals had been cut off at the same time suggested that it was a radio problem, perhaps damage to the X-band antenna or to the transmitter itself. Ymir became tricky, then impossible to see as she approached L1, since that put her squarely between Earth and the Sun. She was assumed to have reached that point on day 126, whereupon she was scheduled to make another burn that would put her into a heliocentric orbit, an ellipse that would intersect with Greg's skeleton over a year later, sometime around A plus 1.175, or a year and 175 days post-zero. Once Ymir disappeared, from their point of view, into the fires of the sun, there was nothing they could do except wait for her to reach a place where she was observable. If Ymir had suffered a catastrophic failure and been turned into a floating piece of space junk, she would probably cycle back on the return leg of the same orbit and pass close to the Earth again, though L1 was such an unstable place from an orbital dynamic standpoint that she could just as easily wander off into a heliocentric orbit, especially if she'd taken a big hit from a rock that had knocked her off course. As the calendar progressed through the 130s, and to day 140, 2 weeks after Ymir ought to have passed through L1, and she did not appear on that return leg, it became clear that she must have transferred to a heliocentric orbit, whether by accident or because of a controlled burn. Assuming the latter, Sean and the other half-dozen members of the crew would have nothing to do for the next year but float around in zero-G and wait. There was nothing that could be done to speed up the journey. It was a matter of getting 2 orbits to graze each other. These events, which would have seemed of world historical significance a few months ago, now seemed like below-the-fold news compared to all that was happening in what had formerly been the sublunary realm. The fuss and excitement surrounding Sean and Arjuna, the Moses Lake spaceport, and the voyage of Ymir had drawn attention away from the routine, faithful, grinded-out progress being made the whole time by NASA, the European Space Agency, Roscosmos, China National Space Administration, and the space agencies of Japan and India. These organizations were staffed by conservative old-line engineers, not far removed culturally from the slide rule brandishing nerds of Apollo and Soyuz fame. In fact, some of them were those nerds, just a lot older and a lot crustier. They were baffled, nay, infuriated by the ease with which a few upstart tech zillionaires could command the world's attention and go rocketing off on ill-advised, hastily planned missions of their own choosing. The departure of Sean and Lars from Izzy had occasioned a big sigh of relief, and a return to the steady and unimaginative work that these people were best at. And anyone paying attention to the numbing details expressed in the spreadsheets and the flowcharts would see the value of that work on A plus 0.144, when Ivy opened a meeting in the banana with the words 20%. for the latest projections from the astrophysical lab of Dr. Dubois Jerome Xavier Harris at Caltech, and from the other labs doing the same calculations at other universities around the world, were that the white sky would happen on or about A plus 1.354, or 1 year and 354 days after the breakup of the moon. They were 1/5 of the way there. The purpose of the Scouts. The first wave of what amounted to suicide workers such as Tekla, who had arrived starting on day 29, had been to build out the improvised network of hamster tubes and docking ports that would make it possible for a much larger population of so-called pioneers to reach Izzy. The basic distinction between a scout and a pioneer was that the scout went up knowing there was no place to dock, but the pioneer knew that, at least in theory, there would be an available port for their spacecraft with pressurized atmosphere on the other side of it. The promise had failed in one case, with the result that half a dozen pioneers crammed aboard a Soyuz had silently asphyxiated. The problem was traced to a defect in a hastily built docking mechanism. 3 Chinese taikonauts lost their lives when the hamster tube in which they were moving was pierced by a micrometeorite and lost pressurization. But from about day 56 onward, pioneers were arriving at a rate of between 5 and 12 per day. There was a lull once all the available docking spaces were occupied, but after that it began to snowball as spacecraft began to dock to other spacecraft, and the hamster tube network was built out and inflatable structures were deployed. Izzy, which had been a complicated and hard-to-understand contraption even before all of this had happened, was now an utterly bewildering maze of modules, hamster tubes, trusses, and ships docked to ships, docked to ships. Like a freaking 3-dimensional domino game, as Louisa put it. The only way to get one's bearings, looking at a rendering of the complex, was by picking out the rugged and asymmetrical shape of Amalthea at one end and the 2 tori at the other. Those were forward and aft, respectively, and the axis between them was the basis for the traditional nautical directions of port and starboard, as well as zenith and nadir, which were space lingo for basically up away from Earth and down toward Earth. If you arranged yourself so that your back was to the tori and your face toward Amalthea, with the port stuff on your left hand and the starboard stuff on your right, then your head would be aimed toward the zenith, and your feet toward the nadir, and the surface of the Earth 400 kilometers below. That, however, was the privileged view of people outside the thing in spacesuits. Inside, it was still easy to get lost in the 3-dimensional domino game. Felt-tip markers, always a scarce resource even on Earth, became objects of great value as people used them to mark directions on the walls of hamster tubes and habitat modules.
It's just a chronological accident that I'm here at all, Ivy mused during one of her and Dinah's increasingly rare drinking sessions. All of their original stashes of booze had long since been consumed, but new arrivals were kind enough to slip them bottles from time to time. I disagree, Dinah said. It wasn't exactly a scintillating response, but she'd been caught off guard by the suddenness with which Ivy had dropped her guard. If the moon had blown up 2 weeks later, some Russian sourpuss would be in charge up here, and I'd be on the ground, married and pregnant. And under the same death sentence as everyone else. Yeah, well, there's that. Dinah reached for the bottle and refilled the shot glasses, trying to stretch out the moment. It had never been easy to get Ivy to open up, even back in the happy days before Zero. Look, Ivy, it's not an accident that you were in charge of Izzy. They gave you the job for a reason. You're the last girl in the world, or out of it, who should be suffering from imposter syndrome. Ivy stared at her through a somewhat amused silence. Go on, she finally said. What is this imposter syndrome you speak of? For they'd talked about it before,
but usually with Dinah being the one who felt it. Don't try to deflect this. What's going on? Ivy glanced at the ceiling, a sort of visual signal, borrowed from the Russians, to remind Dinah that you never knew when someone was listening. Then she looked into Dinah's eyes, but only for a moment. She was fundamentally a shy person who preferred inspecting her shoes while baring her soul. "You and Sean Probst made great sparring partners," Ivy said. "He was so fucking obnoxious. He needed someone to—" Dinah cut herself short then, because Ivy had gotten a sort of sad, wry look on her face and held up one hand to stop her. "Agreed. Yes. Thanks for doing it," Ivy said. "He needed someone like you around. Sometimes it almost looked like a comedy act between you two. And the way that the Russians reacted to him. Tekla first of all, of course, but later Fyodor proposing to place all Arjuna personnel under arrest and confiscate everything they'd brought up with them. That was great drama. Tabloid stories and comment threads galore down on the surface. But I barely survived it." "What do you mean, you barely survived?" "You wouldn't believe some of the conferences I had with Baikonur and Houston. People down there wanted me to take a very hard line, to do what Fyodor wanted." "But you didn't," Dinah pointed out. Ivy met her gaze again. Then after a moment she gave a little nod. "So you won," Dinah went on. "I won a Pyrrhic victory," Ivy said. "I negotiated a less draconian solution. The Emir expedition went on its way with no obvious hard feelings." "And how is that Pyrrhic?" "I don't want to make my problems yours," Ivy said. "Who else are you going to talk to?" "Maybe no one," Ivy returned, showing a flash of something like anger. "Maybe that's what a leader is, Dinah. The one person who can't, who shouldn't, share her problems with anyone else. It's sort of an old-fashioned idea, but the human race might need such people going forward." Dinah just stared back at her. Finally, Ivy relented and spoke in tones almost devoid of feeling. "My position as the head of the space station came under serious challenge. It made me aware of politics on the ground that have been going on for some time, but that were invisible to me until the Sean Probst controversy surfaced them. Since then, I believe that my authority has been further undermined by people on the ground, leaking things to the press, saying things in meetings." "Pete Starling." No comment. "Anyway, I think I'm going to be replaced before long." Ivy's eyes had reddened slightly. She made another glance at the ceiling, but the expression on her face suggested she didn't care who might have heard her. Then she looked at Dinah and smiled. "How have you been doing, sister?" she asked in a weak voice. "I've been pretty good," Dinah said. "Really? That's music to my ears." "Bo, Lars, the others who've come up to work in my crew, they seem to respect what I've done," Dinah said. "I think it's because of what you did for Tekla," Ivy said. "Oh, really? Not just my amazing natural competence?" "There are a lot of people on the ground who are competent in the way you mean," Ivy said, "and we are going to be seeing a lot of them up here in the next few weeks. Believe me, I've read their CVs." "I'm sure you have." "But everyone kind of senses now that some other qualities are going to be needed besides just pure competence. That's why people are deferring to you." Another awkward silence. Ivy seemed to be suggesting that she, Ivy, was no longer being given that kind of respect. "That and your amazing competence," Ivy added. Consolidation. Earth's atmosphere didn't just stop. It petered out until it became indistinguishable, by most measuring devices, from a perfect vacuum. Below about 160 kilometers of altitude, the air was still thick enough to rapidly drag down anything placed in orbit. So those altitudes were used only for short-term satellites like the early space capsules. The higher the altitude, the thinner the air, and the more slowly orbits decayed. Izzy was 400 kilometers up. Its acres of solar panels and radiators made it extremely draggy in comparison to its mass. Or at least that had been the case until Amalthea had been bolted onto it, suddenly making it far heavier. Somewhat paradoxically to laypersons, the added mass of the asteroid made Izzy much better at staying aloft. Before Amalthea, the station had lost 2 kilometers of altitude every month, making it necessary to reboost it by firing a rocket engine on its aft end. In the early days, that engine had been the built-in one mounted on the Zvezda module. But in general, they simply used the engine belonging to whatever spacecraft happened to be docked to Izzy's aftmost module. In those days, Izzy had been like a kite, all surface area, no mass. In technical terms, it had had a low ballistic coefficient, a way of saying that it was strongly affected by what little atmosphere there was. Once Amalthea had been attached, it was like a kite with a big rock strapped to it. It had a high ballistic coefficient. The rock's momentum bowled through the evanescent atmosphere and led to much slower orbital decay. But, by the same token, when it came time to reboost Izzy's orbit, a longer burn and a larger amount of propellant were needed in order to accelerate all of that iron and nickel. Since the Scouts and the Pioneers had begun adding more bits onto Izzy, its ballistic coefficient had been dropping again, and boost burns had come more frequently. And it was always the case that thrusters had to be fired every now and again to correct the station's altitude. All of it grew more problematic as more was added onto the basic structure. Izzy had been an ungainly construct even before all the new pieces had been added onto it. Thrust applied to one part of it would ramify through the other modules as various parts of the truss and other structural members took up the strain and passed it on down the line. To put it in the simplest possible terms, Izzy had gotten all floppy as more stuff was attached to it, and its floppiness made it difficult to reboost the orbit or even to tweak the angle at which it flew through space. They had allowed the orbit to decay by a serious amount, over 16 kilometers, during the busiest part of the Pioneers' efforts. But now reboosting had to become a routine operation, and every firing of the engine on the bottom of H2 revealed structural weaknesses that had to be jury-rigged, sometimes literally, with zip ties and duct tape, before it could proceed. During the span of time from about A plus 0.144 to 250, the watchword was consolidation, inevitably trimmed to consol. It basically meant the retrofitting of new trusswork around the hamster tubes and other sprawling constructs that had been added to the truss during the frantic first couple of months. Other problems were addressed at the same time, most notably the building of more radiators for dumping waste heat into space. These didn't work if they were too closely spaced. They just shone heat on one another. So the heat rejection complex waxed enormous and ended up growing generally aftward, like an empennage, the feathers on the butt of an arrow. It was no mere figure of speech. In the same way that an arrow's heavy head and spreading feathers kept it pointed straight forward, the combination of massive Amalthea at the forward end and the heat radiators trailing away aft helped keep Izzy pointed in the right direction and somewhat reduced the demand for thruster firings. It also protected the radiators from micrometeoroids. Rocks could theoretically come from any direction and strike the space station, but they were most likely to hit its forward end, and so forward-facing surfaces of the space station's modules had generally been equipped with shields. Amalthea, of course, was the biggest and best shield of all. The number of solar panels might have grown too had they been doing things the old way. But very early in the Cloud Arc project, it had become obvious that, while photovoltaics might be a useful adjunct, the only sure way to keep everything running was with the small nuclear devices called RTGs, or radioisotope thermoelectric generators. These made heat all the time, whether you wanted them to or not, and so created further demand for radiators. The radiators were, in essence, a giant exploit in zero-gravity plumbing. The excess heat had to be collected from where it was produced, mostly the inhabited and pressurized parts of Izzy, and transported to where it could be gotten rid of, the empennage, growing to aft. The only plausible way of doing this was by using a fluid, pumping it around a loop, heating it up at one end and cooling it off at the other. At the hot end, they used heat exchangers and so-called cold plates that just soaked up heat from wherever it was a problem. At the cold end, the fluid fanned out through networks of thin tubes, like capillaries, sandwiched between flat panels whose sole purpose was to become slightly warm and shine infrared light into deep space, cooling down Izzy by warming up faraway galaxies. Joining the hot and cold ends of the loop was a system of pumps and pipes that got bigger every day and that was prone to many of the same kinds of trouble as bedeviled earthbound plumbing. Making it twice as complicated was that some of the loops used anhydrous ammonia and others used water. Ammonia worked better, but it was dangerous, and you couldn't easily get more of it in space. If the Cloud Ark survived, it would survive on a water-based economy. 100 years from now, everything in space would be cooled by circulating water systems. But for now, they had to keep the ammonia-based equipment running as well. Further complications, as if any were wanted, came from the fact that the systems had to be fault-tolerant. If one of them got bashed by a hurtling piece of moon shrapnel and began to leak, it needed to be isolated from the rest of the system before too much of the precious water, or ammonia, leaked into space. So the system as a whole possessed vast hierarchies of check valves, crossover switches, and redundancies that had saturated even Ivy's brain, normally an infinite sink for detail. She'd had to delegate all cooling-related matters to a working group that was about 3/4 Russian and 1/4 American. The majority of all spacewalk activity was related to the expansion and maintenance of the cooling system, and, uncharacteristically for her, she was content just to get a report on it once a day. All of that plumbing and all of those radiators needed to be supported by Izzy's structure just like anything else. They were especially prone to troubles under the general heading of too floppy to survive reboost. So proceeding in the same general putting out fires mode, Ivy and the engineers on the ground next had to steer the program in the general direction of console, or, as Ivy put it privately, defloppification of the space station's overall structure. And since it was out of the question to take apart what the scouts and pioneers had put in place, this took the form of building what amounted to external scaffolding around what was there. Viewed from a kilometer away, it looked quite similar to what one saw when some old and treasured building was being renovated. A latticework of structure, ugly but serviceable, grew around the underlying object, enveloping it and strengthening it without actually penetrating it. In the early going, sections of truss were assembled on the ground, launched up whole, and slammed into place by teams of spacewalkers, buying large increases in structural integrity quickly and expensively. That approach soon fell prey to the law of diminishing returns, and it became clear that the Arkers, as they'd started to be known, couldn't be forever dependent on ground-based engineers custom-building structures. The ground-based engineers didn't even really know what was going on with Izzy anymore. Their CAD models had fallen behind. Dinah knew it because of a sudden surge in messages from exasperated engineers requesting that she send a robot out to such and such a place and aim its camera at such and such a module so that they could see what was actually there. The Arkers needed tools and materials for building their own structures in situ. These started to arrive around day 220, and it was a measure of how much things had changed on the ground that the solutions came in more than one form, from more than one source, often with little to no coordination. In the old days, a proposed system would have been given a three-letter acronym and bounced back and forth between different agencies and contractors for 15 years before being launched into space. The single most useful structure-building system turned out to be a rough-and-ready implementation of an old but good idea. It was a little bit like the machine used by gutter and downspout contractors, mounted in the back of a truck, fed by a large roll of sheet metal, which would be bent into gutter shape and extruded in pieces as long as you liked. This machine did much the same thing, except that it bent the sheet metal ribbon into a simple beam with a triangular cross-section, and then welded the edges together to make it permanent. It had been invented and prototyped long ago in the West, but the Chinese Space Agency had perfected it in the first couple of 100 days post-zero, and begun to launch the machines up with crews who knew how to use them. As long as they were supplied with electricity and rolls of aluminum, they would go on pumping out beams forever. Connecting segments of beam into more complex structures, such as trusses and scaffolding, was a little more difficult. Welding in space, while possible, was complicated, and there wasn't enough equipment. Instead, they ended up using Tinker Toy-like connectors, again mass-produced by the Chinese, into which the ends of the triangular beams could be inserted, then tightened down using screws. At first, many of these were shipped up in bulk from the ground. But on A+0.247, they took delivery of a 3D printer that had been optimized to make more of them, with options for modifying the angle at which the beams would be inserted. This gave them the ability to design and build trusses on the fly, which was not possible with the mass-produced connectors. And, as a last resort, Fyodor had an electron beam welding machine that would work in zero gravity and a vacuum. Undoubtedly the most expensive welder ever made, a marvel of Russian ingenuity, and he had trained Vyacheslav to use it. Vyacheslav then trained Tekla and two of the other spacewalkers, who set up a job queue and took turns drifting around Izzy's increasingly complex structure, tacking down a weld here and a weld there. Thus, constructed largely by the Chinese and the Russians, the scaffolding grew and stiffened. The reboost burns no longer produced alarming pops, bangs, and groaning noises. The hamster tubes gradually disappeared within shrouds of structural reinforcement and shielding. New docking ports began to sprout at Izzy's extremities, like buds on tree branches, in preparation for the next phase, the coming of the first arklets. Down on the Earth, it was August, the second to the last August that there would ever be. A dozen new or reconditioned spaceports had come into operation. Heavy-lift rockets could now be launched to Izzy from 8 different locations around the world. Around those launch pads, rocket stages and 3 different styles of arklet were beginning to pile up like so much ammunition at a firing range. Day 260. "You're going, Dr. Harris," said Julia Bliss Flaherty. From time to time, Dube became distracted by the sheer oddity of the fact that he now met with the president on a regular basis. It was a lot less weird, in the big scheme of things, than the fact that the moon had exploded and that everyone was going to die, but his mind, born and raised in a world free of such prodigies, was more comfortable being freaked out by little things, such as talking to the president. In the Oval Office, with her science advisor Pete Starling on one side and the White House communications director on the other, and a butler pouring ice water into crystal tumblers. He saw the usefulness of the butler, but what was the point of having the communications director here? Margaret Sloane was good at her job, and the perfection of her grooming was a perpetual source of wonderment. But it had become pretty clear that she was out of her depth in any technical discussion beyond "big rocks from space are dangerous." They were all looking at him as if he was expected to say something. What had been the president's words? You're going. Did that mean he was on his way out? Going to be replaced by someone younger and more web-savvy like Tav Prowse? Into the awkward silence, Margaret Sloane poured an explanation. Your skills and your presence have done so much to calm the waters, to give the people of the United States and of Earth something to pin their hopes on in the guiding concept of our heritage. Your willingness to roll up your sleeves, go to places like Moses Lake, Baikonur, the rocket factories, that has all been so appreciated. But we feel that the time has come
to replace me with a fresh face. I get it,
Doob said.
To tell you the truth, that's fine. I would like to spend more time with my kids and my new wife. Tav will do a great job.
For once, the president looked flummoxed. Her eyes flicked toward Margaret. That's not where we were going with it at all, said Margaret. We need you. The people of the world need you to take the next step, to advance to a higher level. We are asking you, said the president, a bit testy with Doob's slowness and with Margaret's breathy and roundabout phrasings, to travel into space on or about day 360 and to become part of the population of the Cloud Ark.
I don't want to go,
Doob blurted out. It was rare for him to forget himself in that way, so he then just sat there for a few moments, stunned by his own ineptitude. Dr. Harris, said the president after a few moments, as you probably know from your high school civics class, the person who sits where I'm sitting has a lot of powers. One of them is that I can grant reprieves and pardons for convicted criminals. Every inmate who goes to the execution chamber in Texas goes there in part because I made the decision not to pardon him or to commute his sentence. I have never exercised that power in the case of a death row inmate. In effect, however, I am exercising it in your case now. The president paused there for a moment, and Doob became aware that she was waiting for his attention. He was staring at a flower arrangement on the table in front of him, wondering how long it would be before anyone cultivated flowers on the Cloud Ark. He reached for his tumbler and took a sip of water. JBF unnerved him when she was like this. It took a certain conscious and deliberate act of will for him to peel his eyes off the flowers and look up into her eyes. They stared back at him, wide and unblinking. By virtue of being on the surface of this planet, you are under a death sentence, said the president. I just pardoned you. You can go into space and live. I cannot. Do you understand that, Dr. Harris? I cannot even pardon myself in this case without flagrantly violating the Crater Lake Accord, which makes national leaders and their families ineligible. Now, what the hell is your problem? Doob's honest answer, had he voiced it, would have been most impolitic. I've become convinced that the Cloud Ark scheme cannot possibly succeed. I have been playing along in public just to keep people happy. I would rather die quickly on the ground with my loved ones than slowly alone in space. There are others who deserve it more than I do, he said, and in the same moment he cursed himself for saying something so lame, so easily refuted, because in all honesty he was a fine choice for inclusion on the Cloud Ark's roster. I couldn't disagree more, exclaimed Pete Starling, with a nervous chuckle. Doob, you're going to be so useful up there. I'm afraid you'll never get a moment's rest. You have multiple core competencies with surprisingly minimal vin. You can pivot from working on astrophysics problems, to teaching the young Arkers, to podcasting to folks on the ground, without skipping a beat. Doob turned to look into Pete Starling's eyes as he was saying those words, and understood, with a shock like diving into cold water, that Pete was lying. Not about Doob's usefulness, in that he was sincere. He was lying about something more fundamental. He didn't believe that the Cloud Ark was going to work any more than Doob did. He needed Doc Dubois to go up there and lie for him. Now, Doob was a scientist who had spent decades of his life training in a particular discipline, namely, to seek and to speak the truth. Even among hard scientists, a notoriously blunt crowd, he had a reputation for saying what he thought. Never mind whose feelings he wounded, whose careers got damaged as a result. This seemed to come across, somehow, on camera. The very reason that so many people trusted him when he went on TV was that he was a straight shooter. He said things that offended the powerful, he stirred things up, and he didn't care. Certain of those moments had been enshrined forever in YouTube clips and Reddit memes. Taking down a Republican senator who didn't believe in evolution, destroying a climate change denier in an impromptu sidewalk confrontation, reducing a movie star to tears on the Today Show by telling her that her stand against childhood vaccination made her personally responsible for the deaths of thousands of babies. So in a way, there were two questions in his head at the same time: whether he would lie and whether he could lie. As to the first question, was it okay for him to lie if it would make billions of people go to their deaths a little happier? As to the second, would people sense it? Would they detect a shift in the tone of his voice, the set of his face, when he was just standing there in front of the camera talking shit? That was the real question, whether he could pull it off. Because if he couldn't pull it off, if he couldn't lie convincingly, then there was no point in even trying. And he was pretty sure that he couldn't do it. One of the ice cubes in Doob's glass let out a little pop as it underwent thermal fracturing. Doob thought of Sean Probst, now half a year into his quest to fetch a big piece of ice. He couldn't believe it had been that long already. You could get used to anything. You got used to it, and then time raced by, and before you knew it, time was up. He remembered people asking difficult questions around the time of Sean's departure for the L1 gate. What the hell was this crazy billionaire doing? Clearly, it was not part of the official plan. The official plan did not seem to recognize a need for a huge piece of ice. But Sean Probst believed it was so important that he was willing to go up there personally and take care of the problem. There was a good chance he would die in the process, or come back so broken from radiation exposure and long-term weightlessness that his health would never recover. And so people had asked Doob what he thought Sean was thinking. And Doob, who hadn't studied it at the time, had answered vaguely, saying that water was always a good thing to have in space. You could drink it, grow crops with it, use it for radiation shielding, split it into hydrogen and oxygen for rocket fuel, or pipe it through hoses to radiate excess heat into space. All of which was quite true, but sort of begged the question. It was so blindingly obvious that NASA must have thought of it already. What additional demand for water was Sean Probst seeing that NASA had failed to notice, or turned a blind eye to? Later, Doob had figured it out, based on background conversations with people at Arjuna and scuttlebutt reaching him through friends working on the planning of the Cloud Ark. It was all about propellant. The Cloud Ark would have to burn a lot of it. Sean didn't think they had enough. So he had gone up there and done something about it. Because Sean wasn't a talker, he was a doer. And as such, he didn't have to agonize, as Doob was doing now, about what he was going to say, what his public stance was going to be, how he was going to be positioned and perceived.
"That's 100 days from now,"
Doob said. He'd been silent for so long that the other occupants of the Oval Office were a bit startled. JBF's attention had wandered to a tablet on her desk, and Pete Starling was looking out the window. "I beg your pardon, Dr. Harris." said the president, turning that gaze back upon him. But he no longer felt intimidated by it. He was going to go somewhere where she could never look at him again.
"This is 260,
Doob said.
You said you wanted me to go up there around 360.
Yes, said Maggie Sloane, relaxing into an entirely new posture. That's not the first wave, which is going to be more exploratory, more of a dress rehearsal. But it would be the first real wave of Arkers going into space, and our thought was that we would embed you with them. You could partake of their experiences and show the people of Earth what a day in the life of an Arker consists of, providing a sense of continuity.
Holy shit,
Doob thought. 7 years a PhD candidate, 2 postdocs at major European research institutions, a tenured position at Caltech, shortlisted for a Nobel Prize, and here he was, with the fate of the human race at stake, being positioned as an observer to provide a sense of continuity.
I can do that,
he said.
And some other things as well, as long as I'm up there.
What were they going to do? Yank him back down to the planet? The worst they could do was to stop broadcasting his stuff, and that would be fine with him. There had to be something he could do up there that would be more useful than talking into a camera. Sean Probst had identified one problem with the Cloud Ark and taken action to remedy it. In 100 days, what could Doob learn that might be useful? What actions could he take once he got up there to give the whole thing a better chance of success?
100 days,
he said.
3 months for me to spend with my wife and my kids and my embryo.
Embryo? Pete Starling repeated, not getting it. Margaret Sloane, mother of 3, picked it up instantly. Amelia's pregnant? She asked, with the warm smile that, until 0, had been the normal response to such blessed events. Nowadays, people's reactions were a bit more complicated, of course, but it was hard to shed old habits.
Not anymore,
Doob said.
We froze the embryo. My only condition is that it travel up into space with me.
Consider it done, said the president in a tone and with a look that told them the meeting was over. Day 287. Got any tater-related humorous items for me? Ivy asked. 'Cause oh man, could I ever use some comic relief. Dinah wasn't sure how she felt about Ivy looking to her doomed family as a source of casual amusement. But as they were only some 433 days away from the end of the world, she didn't really think there was much point in getting shirty about it. The situation did breed a kind of coarseness toward those stuck on the ground. It was humanly impossible to extend to 7 billion people the full sympathy that each of them deserved. Dinah had begun to hear instances of dark humor over the radio, and had noticed herself being at least a little bit amused by it. Nor was that dark humor restricted to Arkers, as Dinah's family demonstrated. They were intelligent people. You had to be to do what they did. But they went in for a certain brand of mining camp humor, heavy on the practical jokes and novelty items that you'd never see in a boardroom or a faculty lounge. And once they'd latched onto something that they thought was funny, they'd never let go of it. A half-serious Morse code message about planting a flat of potatoes, transmitted by Rufus shortly after the Crater Lake announcement, had sprouted into a whole subgenre of running jokes about the preparations that the Macquarie clan was making for the hard rain. In her occasional care packages from the ground, Dinah was now accustomed to finding fingerling potatoes, still with real dirt on them, or plastic parts for Mr. and Mrs. Potato Head toys. She even had a rusty old Idaho license plate duct-taped to the wall of her shop now, emblazoned with the slogan, "Famous Potatoes," courtesy of Rufus, who'd gotten it from a mining industry pal in that state's silver-rich panhandle.
Is that a no?
Ivy asked. Oh, I have potato shit all over the place now, Dinah said. I'm just no longer sure that they're joking.
What do you mean?
At first I thought it was their way of saying, we know we are screwed, no point in being babies about it, let's laugh it up until the end. But now I'm starting to ask myself what it is they're doing. I mean, they're up there in the Brooks Range with all of this equipment. They could drive down to Fairbanks any time they feel like it, and from there go anywhere in the world, check out the pyramids, see the Mona Lisa, visit old friends and family. Instead, they're up in the most godforsaken place I've ever seen. Doing what?
Prepping?
Ivy said. That's the only thing I can think, Dinah said. Prepping for a 5,000 to 10,000 year stay.
They're not the only ones,
Ivy said. It took Dinah a few moments to catch her friend's meaning. Then it was clear just from the look on Ivy's face. Are you shitting me? Cal? Ivy made just a suggestion of a nod with her eyes.
Mixed in with the stuff you'd expect from a fiancé, which is none of your business. He asks me questions about things like the comparative merits of lithium versus sodium hydroxide scrubbers. He requests copies of Louisa's PDFs about the sociology of persons confined in small places for long periods.
He can't think you're not going to notice that.
Sure. I'm going to read between the lines.
What do you suppose he's thinking?
Well, Ivy said, he does have sole authority over a huge submarine designed to ride out global thermonuclear warfare. And when the United States ceases to exist, I guess there'll be no one above him, chain of command-wise. What's a commander to do?
But how would it work?
I think a lot depends, Ivy said, on whether the oceans boil dry. If I were him, I'd make for the Marianas Trench and keep my fingers crossed.
I think it would be even harder than staying alive in space. Ivy looked at her friend with dry amusement. What? Dinah said.
Staying alive in space is going to be a piece of cake, remember?
Oh yeah, sorry. I forgot to put on my makeup. It would present some fascinating challenges. She corrected herself, switching to her best NASA PR voice.
I think it's like what we're doing, Ivy said. You have to break it down into a lot of little things and solve them one at a time, or you get overwhelmed.
Is that what we're doing?
Yeah.
Ivy rolled her eyes. What's on your mind, other than the need for comic relief?
You, how you're doing, your health, Ivy said.
Oh my God, is this an actual meeting? Are we on official business here? Ivy ignored her.
You haven't been logging much T2 time.
T2, the second Taurus, which Reese had been responsible for building, had started to spin on day 140. Its simulated gravity was 1/8 of Earth normal, only a little greater than that on the first Taurus. It was bigger and spun more slowly, which Reese hoped would make it a little more comfortable. Simply being in it helped counteract some of the negative effects of living in space for extended periods of time. People who lived without gravity suffered a gradual loss of bone density and muscle mass. Eyes went out of shape, and vision deteriorated. Space station crews tried to fight this by using exercise machines that placed stress on the bones. But these were stopgap measures meant for people who were only going to be in space for a few months. Dinah, Ivy, and the other 10 members of the original Izzy crew had now been up here for close to a year. During the first few months after Zero, no one had paid much attention to long-term health issues. Everyone was going to die. Scouts were showing up dead on arrival. It had been all emergency all the time. But during the months of hamster tube building and structural consolidation, the life scientists had been quietly having their say. This wasn't the first time Dinah had been nudged in recent weeks about her failure to spend more time in the simulated gravity field of T2. "It's just hard to go back and forth between gravity and no gravity," Dinah said. "It makes me barf. And none of my stuff is in T2. She was referring, as Ivy would know, to the shop where she worked on her robots.
But isn't that mostly remote work? Writing code?
Yeah. I just like to be where I can see them out the window.
Don't they have little cameras on them?
Dinah had no answer for that.
Whatever you're doing here, Ivy continued, you could do from a cabin in T2, where the gravity would build your bones.
It's also Reese, Dinah admitted. Things have been a little weird with him, and I just don't want to.
Reese never even goes to T2, Ivy said. He's been hanging out with the inflatable structures team.
Okay, Dinah said. Give me a place to work on T2 and...
There's another thing,
Ivy said, and let out the sigh. The sigh was what Ivy did when the powers that be were making her do something ridiculous. It would never show up in the transcript of a meeting, but it changed everything. I don't even want to guess, Dinah said.
We have all become characters in a reality TV show, Ivy said. You might not be aware of it.
Nah, I haven't been watching much TV.
Well, it's all people have to do anymore down on the ground. The economy is shutting down, and people are just eating beans and entertaining themselves with screen time.
Okay.
I've been asked to pay more attention to message shaping.
Message shaping? What's that?
Ivy let out the sigh.
Okay, never mind, Dinah said.
People want to know what became of their uppity little shit-kicker.
Really?
Yeah, Ivy said. People like their ULS. They remember the thing you did with Tekla. Tekla porn is a big thing now, too, by the way.
I don't want to hear about it.
Anyway, people are asking, where is plucky robot girl and her mechanical menagerie?
That explains some weird emails I have gotten.
From random strangers?
No, from my own family. I don't read the ones from random strangers. How about you? What's your role in the reality TV show, Ivy?
Ivy stared at her coolly. I'm the uptight bitch who can't handle it.
Oh.
To American viewers, I'm not fully American. To Chinese viewers, I'm a banana.
I'm sorry, Ivy.
That's the bad news.
Okay. And what is the good news?
All the people saying mean things about me on the internet are gonna be dead in 433 days, she said, deadpan. Okay, it was an example of that dark humor thing. After that, none of it matters, except my ability to be of service to our heritage.
Okay, baby. How can I help you? Dinah asked. We could take a selfie, you and me, and I could post it on the uppity little shit-kicker blog.
You and I are going for a ride on the first operational bolo, Ivy said, and you are going to be reminded of what 1G feels like.